Hello, my fellow viewers and subscribers of YouTube, and hello, my fellow viewers and followers of Twitch. I think I'm going to get this dual streaming thing down someday. Though, granted, I actually did notice that one of my lights ended up glitching out, and the only color, it will not produce a blue light. For some reason. Actually, I think it probably may just have to deal with a connection, I think, probably. Let's see. There we go. Okay, now it's producing blue. Anyway, you guys can hear me, right? You guys can see me. You guys got me, you know? I'm going to get my chat up on my other laptop here. I'm going to just be trying to manage the streams with both these streams with my desktop over here that I'm going to be working on, so this is going to be entertaining. Very, very much so entertaining. But I finally actually came up with an idea. After a whole day of plotting, scheming, planning, and trying to concept, I finally figured out how to do this, or how to get this to work. Though, granted, I'm not exactly pleased with it, because it isn't necessarily, well, I'm just going to be open and honest with you guys. I'm not exactly a big fan of doing this narrative stuff, and honestly, I really do think that I could do a bit better when it comes down to it. But at the same time, like, this is the idea that I ended up coming up with overall. And, yeah. Basically, when it comes down to it, I came up with this idea shortly after a good friend of mine ended up getting a rejected raise. Because he works in IT, he does a lot of defensive stuff, and honestly, he did not exactly get the raise that he was expecting. So, you know what? I'm going to be taking a little bit of pity on him, and I decided to turn the game into a game about a 0-day virus, basically. Essentially. Actually, I do need to update the thing, because I do actually have an itch page up now. So, give me a second here, but I'll get that copied into the... Oops, there we go. There it is. I'm not quite sure if I can plop that link over on itch, but paste. There we go. There we go. No! Well, I mean, okay, yeah, no, I know I can't update the link on itch. No worries. Like I said, I don't think I could do that. Because, yeah, I'm streaming both to Twitch and, itch. Twitch and itch. Itch is where I'm uploading the game. Gosh dang it. Alright. I'm gonna pop out the chat from Twitch on my laptop, and then I'm going to... Why didn't you just load right up into the, Why don't you just load up into the stream? Gosh dang it, YouTube. Then I'm going to pop the stream up from YouTube over on my laptop here. I probably will also be using this for testing too, because technically this is my test bench. The reason why I have my laptop, which has like an AMD A4 processor, 6 gigabytes of RAM, and like just integrated graphics, is mostly because of the fact that, well, actually, as my test bench, is mostly because of the fact of accessibility, you know? I try to think of people with older, weaker hardware, and people who can't afford the newer, more expensive, the more fancier stuff. So, honestly, it's always a good idea to try to aim for the lowest point possible, even if it may seem a little bit unreasonable or stupid, and a little bit out there. Like, the reason why I do that is because I just want to watch out for these people, because they sometimes want to experience this stuff, and it also helps with making a more broader audience too, you know? And you know what, sometimes it's kind of, and actually considering the RAM crisis and all that other stuff that's going on, it's harder to get access to a newer, faster, better machine, you know? And I think that's something I think everybody can just agree with, right? So anyway, like I said, just fall with you. Okay, then. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so, with that out of the way, actually, I think I probably should switch over to the main desktop. Hopefully I'm not hurting your guys' ears, and hopefully there's good audio. There we go. Alright, so this is so far what I have concepted up. Though, granted, these PNGs, these JPEGs are a lot better than the images I drew up on the background, which you could clearly see. Let's see. Trying to find it. There we go. Hello, I'm a digital artist. Which layer am I working on again? Okay, yeah, I know. It doesn't really necessarily fit the stylization of the monitor here. But I didn't want to go with just like a ViewSonic monitor or something like that, or use a real monitor, because, I mean, these felt kind of generic enough to use. Though, granted, this one actually does say it's from Radio Shack, so... But I do have a mechanic for the phone, so basically there will be something there. I will also have a little bit of an indicator up here. Let's see, we'll not use the 3D tool, we'll use the selection tool. Right around here, letting you know how well you're doing. Basically being the timer that counts down to, in fact, when it comes down to it, I actually ended up calling the game 0 day overall. Because of, well, again, because of the fact that I have a friend that works in defensive tech, basically they didn't get that raise. So you know what, I figured one of the worst exploits to probably ever get when you're working in the tech industry would be a 0 day virus, because sometimes you never know when that's going to happen. Or, well, the 0 day exploit, anyway. It's not exactly a virus per se, but a 0 day exploit is actually a way of a virus getting into your computer, or hackers getting into your computer, or whatever. Basically, when it comes down to it, it's just an exploit that takes a bit of time to find, but honestly, once it's found, and once the day for this exploit becomes optimal, because sometimes in computer programming, you gotta schedule certain things at certain times for certain days, like people can just get into your computer and do whatever the frick they want, you know? So that's kind of the whole idea. Basically, the idea is that you're working in defensive tech, you're trying to prevent this hacker who found a 0 day exploit within your system to keep hacking, from keeping hacking into your system, and of course also for, give me a moment, I don't know why my brain decided to glitch out like this, it just did. But the idea was to basically keep this hacker from hacking into your system and putting viruses on there, putting stuff that could destroy your system on there, trying to prevent them from accessing other files inside your system, working with the programmers to try to patch out the exploit and kick this guy out of your system as soon as you possibly can. Like, that's the whole idea. That's the whole premise. And basically you have a countdown timer to do it, because if there's a countdown timer for that, because you know what, once the 0 day gets hit, he has full access to the system. There's nothing much you can do. That's kind of the basic idea anyway. So yes, that's basically kind of what I'm trying to do and what I'm trying to go for here. So now I need to add my other stock assets, which is the phone, the okay. Alright. I think I might just make this all one image. So we're going to export this as, instead of monitor background, we'll just call this desk. There we go. Though, granted, I am putting it inside the same folder as the monitor, but, you know, whatever. I think that will probably work for me. I just need to remember to adjust my directory so I can load this stuff in. Because if I don't adjust the directory, then this stuff will never load in, and it will cause several errors. So, yeah. Hopefully, I got this looking about as good as I can. Though it's going to be very jarring seeing this with the Vizzo stuff monitor. But, you know... We'll get it working. We'll get it working. Anyway, I probably should put on some music in the background. I forgot to adjust my playlist last night, too, for Strawberry. Yeah, that's a big shame on me, isn't it? So yeah, we're still going to be listening to the Crush in Time music and then the Roller Coaster Tycoon music, so, you know. Alright, so, what we need to do is we need to figure out how to get, well, actually, we need to get all this working, and then, of course, I also need to make some icons, too. So, that's basically the next step inside all this. And I also need to get this whole thing to work as well. Actually, I think I might just use my little example box that I made earlier as an icon, so... Because I think I already got that put into my directory, didn't I? Whoops, directory, nope, that's wrong directory. That's the right directory. I'll close out of that one because I don't need it. So, loading sheet, menu box. Okay, then. I'll just make this... I think I'll just stick with the individual files instead of making it one big file instead. Like I normally do, because, you know... Okay, I'm going to close out of that. I'm going to drag this over here. Woo! Wobbly windows and growing mouse. Okay, so not data here, but we need this. There we go. Alright, we're going to go into monitor. Okay, this is kind of what I usually do. Okay, here we go. We're going to go... Monitor, backslash... Desk background .png monitor. I need to remember what order I put these into, guys, okay? Just help me out with that. Background. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, so what does that adjust our count to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so 12. There we go. I'll keep the menu box, though, for a temporary icon thing. So hopefully people, you know, yeah. Oh yeah, probably should also upload to, there we go. There we go. Okay, so there we go. Now that we got that all settled up and scored up, let's get to work, shall we? Alright, so. Okay, so what am I doing here? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. But I do need to keep this one up because... Duh. I gotta keep it up. Alright, so basically what I need to do is I need to have... Oh, okay. Just a notification. Alright, that's all it is. My phone's charging over there, so... Alrighty then. So... What we need to do is... That got a little bit loud. Sometimes that's the problem with having local music. Sometimes it can go from 0 to loud real quickly. I mean, I guess I could get an auto-leveling adjustment for my PC, but come on. Where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that? Alright, so... I also need to start working on some story elements too. I think I could probably also get, oh, where is it? LibreOffice open for that. LibreOffice Writer. There we go. Is it going to open up on this window or this window? This window. Okay, good. I prefer it on this window because, you know what? It's better on this window than this window. Because this window is where I'm doing most of my main work anyway. But I'll try to work on some elements of the story as I go along. So, because since I am a guy who has to wear all hats in this scenario, should I just get every hat I have up there on my head? Just for entertainment purposes? That might take a little bit, but, you know, I could do that. Anyway. Man, I see the Twitch thing move, and I go like, oh, somebody chatted on Twitch. No. Ugh. Good grief. Sometimes I even wonder why I do this. I mean, I know that nobody ever comes up and watches this stuff. You know? And sure, I know right now I may be sitting at 10 views and 3 concurrent viewers, but, you know, I mean, just... Yeah, I don't know. I question myself. I question myself a lot. Hopefully I'm okay with doing this, right? Am I crazy? Am I not crazy? Is there something I'm doing wrong here? Logo sounds. Okay, loaded. Menu box. Create textured. Okay, I need more than just that. I'll probably just use the actor thing, though, for the icons, because I think that would probably make the most amount of sense. But I do need to... Actually, I also need a text box manager, which, unfortunately, I'm still going to need to do... Well, actually, no. I just need the renderer to create the surface, don't I? I mean, granted, I can't really necessarily do dynamic text by doing this, but... I mean, I could just call the renderer just for the loading part, and then use the renderer for... And then use the, Oh, jeez. I'm watching? Oh, hey, it's good to know that you're watching. I know YouTube has a little bit of lag right now. Twitch seems to be the most close to accurate when it comes to being live, but, and YouTube is lagging a little bit behind, but, you know, I guess I can't complain. Sorry if I have slow mode on YouTube, by the way, guys. Okay? But, hey, look, at least everything's working, nothing's blown up yet, and there's nothing freaking out yet either. So far, so good, right? Anyway, so what we need to do is we got our menu box created, though granted I'll have to organize it in a way that it works with the monitor setup that I currently have. Right now I have it so that the monitor has a slight transparency filter on it, so it makes it look a little bit more like a monitor. Not that I think it really matters, because most monitors now these days look smooth, but whatever. I kind of like the CRT effect sometimes, you know? Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go, whoops, do not delete that semicolon, otherwise it's going to throw the whole program into a loop. Okay, so what we need is desktop background, monitor background, and the monitor. So, I think I'll load it. Actually, I think I'll load the monitor background first, because that would make more sense. There we go. Excuse me. The garlic butter Parmesan pretzels that I had is kind of coming back to haunt me. Yes, I had garlic butter Parmesan pretzels for breakfast, and I don't know, I think it's coming back to haunt me as burps. Good garlic tasting burps, but burps nonetheless. Alright. I sure hope I didn't grow a garlic intolerancy. That would be bad for me. I love garlic. It's good stuff. I mean, sure, probably not the best for you, but it's still good stuff. So anyway, okay. So now that we got the box texture ready, we are going to make a couple more textures. Actually, I could just manage this all in a different thing here. Let me do that. I'm going to create another header file. New item. And we're just going to call this I'm going to select header because I know if I do it like objects.h and I just go with it like that, it's still going to go with the WinRT thing. Which is stupid, but, you know, Microsoft and their stupid stuff. Okay, so we're going to call this Object Manager. There we go. Okay, so now we're also going to include hashtag. Include. Sorry, I gotta remember to do include, and then std .fx. All right, because that includes all my header files. Include. I know I need to include preload because that usually contains all the directories I need for loading up stuff, so that needs to be included. I also need to include. I think I should probably include sound with this too. Okay, so we're just going to hashtag include audio .h. Actually, one thing I might also do with the sounds here is I'm going to... Okay, so one thing I might do is I might just go with create new folder. We'll just go with the standard Office background fare. So what I need to do is I need to go into my game project folder, and I need to go into PJP Jam 2026 data. This was actually another jam that I was working on. Actually, it's kind of where the chair spinning simulator thing is located at. So, and I do remember having. There it is. Whoops! I did not mean to move that. I meant to copy it, not to cut it. Didn't mean to cut it. I just meant to. Whoops. Now it's now in its own little directory. Now we'll have to update the directory for the music files. So we're gonna go 1, and then we're gonna go Office Mac. We'll just have this playing in the background of the main menu. I'll probably go for a completely different sounding soundtrack when I work on it, but Office Sounds, there we go, .mp3. We usually go for MP3s with music and waves for any other sounds, including voice lines, but that's another story. I don't know if I'm going to do voices for this, because again, I might spoil it. Alright, there we go. Okay, I think we got it. Whoops! Okay, yeah, if you want to do any 67 jokes, I'm just going to run this code right here that says if 67 is greater than 69, or if 69 is greater than 67. Just so you know. Alright, now that I think we got those adjusted, actually, I think I could probably... I'll save this document, though, because I think it might be important later on. So, what I need to do is I need to go into... Where is Documents? You know, you could definitely tell I'm a true programmer because my computer, or, well, all my file system is kind of a bit of a mess. Okay, there we go. And we're just going to call this itch dis doc.txt. Itch dis doc. You know, with how I named that, it almost sounds like scratch my document. Itch this doc. Itch this doc. Oh my gosh, it actually sounds German. Oh no! Am I creating new words for the German language? Yeah, well, I don't think the Germans are going to accept it. They're stubborn, remember? I should know. I'm German, Irish, Scottish, and, look, if stubborn wasn't a word before, I probably would have invented it, so hopefully I'm still in good frame, right? Can you guys tell me if I'm in good frame? Hello? Anybody watching? Hopefully, maybe. Well, I mean, I'm still fairly good frame. Oh, granted, the door to my bathroom's a bit open, and yes, I do have a big messy pile of laundry over there that I should be putting away, but honestly, I haven't been able to get myself around to doing that. Work's been pretty much kicking my butt for the past several months, and that does not help, but oh well. And also, if you haven't noticed, my whiteboard is over there. Also, I probably should turn on the multicolor lights for flare and open up this window. Yes? Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. Now I'm going to step out of frame real quick. Like, give me a second here. Ah, my hair's being annoying. My hair wants to bang in front of my eyes, and I don't want to let it. Like, this is the problem with my hair when it gets to a certain length, you know? Once it gets to a certain length, it starts doing things on its own. Like, I cannot control it. Even combing it with a wet comb and having, like, the... Uh-oh, do I have another bot in my chat for Twitch? Apparently, I guess I do. You're in good frame? Okay, good to know. I do have another bot in my chat for Twitch. Get rid of that. Every time I see Twitch move, I think somebody chatted, but, you know. Alright, sorry. Ugh. That's the problem. Sometimes you tend to get chatted by bots. Alright, so we needed preload, we need audio, I know we needed steadfacts. What else did we need? Okay, so what we need to do is we need to figure out... Okay. I also think I'm going to be... Well, of course, I know I'm probably going to be designing the menu kind of like the rest of the game anyway, because, to tell you the truth, I kind of came up with this idea when I came up with the chair spinning simulator. And the reason why I came up with it is primarily because... Well, I guess I can do this full view thing here. Kind of show you what I'm trying to go for here. There we go. And I guess we can get rid of the grid too, because I don't think we need to see that. High grid, there we go, there we go. Basically, this is kind of what I'm trying to go for. And then maybe somewhere in the corner, maybe on this side, there will be a countdown timer to when the 0 day is going to be active. And then there's also going to be another thing over here that will show you how much money you have inside your budget too. There will be certain things that won't take money out of your budget. There will be things that will take money out of your budget. But no matter which way you look at it, there will always be a little bit of money being lost no matter which way you look at it, because, well, you also got to cover expenses for other things too. So, of course, basically you got to plan it out and pre-count your... and know what your budget is before you do anything very serious or anything like that. So sometimes, like, if you want to search something up on the internet, well, guess what? At least you could do it quickly. In the terms of, like, you could actually search up stuff on the internet, but the information it may give you will be iffy at best. You could search it up on a virus database, but it will end up costing you some. And then there is a very good virus scanner that, granted, unfortunately costs you for the subscription. So, you know, kind of like that. You got to weigh out your balances, think of risk and reward, and then, of course, call your developer if it does have a virus in it or not, so that they can get the virus out or patch out whatever they need to patch out, you know? Like, I think that's basically the whole idea. And again, calling up your developer is probably the most expensive option, but it will be the most beneficial, because if you do figure it out and suss it out, then, of course, you could probably be able to keep going forward. Of course, there would still be the 0 day thing that you got to be worried about, and finding that too. So, yes, one of them will... So, basically, the idea is to have one big overall program be the 0 day, and then a whole bunch of other smaller programs kind of popping in between now and the day that the 0 day happens, which is what the first timer is for. I mean, you get what I'm saying? I mean, it's a little complex, yes, but I think it might actually work and make for something entertaining, because then, of course, it's like you're having to use different sources and different types of knowledge. Of course, granted, I'm not quite sure if I'm going to be going with a fixed text or not, but we'll see. Like, again, yeah, and this is the banner I created. I do need to get a icon ready for this, though. Actually, tell you the truth, I could probably just take... Okay, so... Actually, you know what? What size was the icons allowed to be for itch? Because you know what? I might as well just create a icon for this too. Okay. Recommended 360 by 500. Okay then, so we're going to create a new image and we're going to go... Wait a second. 630. Gonna copy visible, because that's how you copy all of it. We're gonna paste, and we're gonna do something with this layer, and we're gonna scale it down. We're just gonna use the height thing here. We're gonna scale it down to 500. Okay, so actually the 9 bothers me, so I'm just gonna bump it up just a little bit. Yeah, I think I could probably work with that. Actually, now that I look at it, probably should be thinking about this a little bit differently. Let's do... Actually, I got a better idea. I'm just gonna do this. Center it out a bit on the monitor, and then we're gonna there we go. Okay, so and then we're just gonna crop this up. We might as well activate the grid again. Layer. Resize to selection. There we go. There we go. And then put that behind that. And there we go. We got it. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think what I did here was a little dumb. Let's try to redo this. Okay, so maybe instead of doing this, we'll just do this. And also remove the drop shadow effect on the... We're just going to copy this. I'm just gonna paste. I need to copy visible, not copy that. Then paste. There we go. And then we're gonna scale this up just a bit. Actually, we're just gonna do something here. We're gonna go layer. And then we'll crop layers of content. Because I love a good crop. Like, holy crop. Cropping is so useful. just gonna scale this up. There we go. And then we're gonna go Gaussian blur. Where is blur? There it is, Gaussian. There we go. And then I'm gonna do it.
Now another useless fact.
There we go. Okay, there we go. Now, just gonna copy visible. I know this is probably gonna look awful, but you know, paste. And we're gonna make the height 500. Oops. Never mind. Reset. We're just gonna do this instead. We're gonna use the scale layer. There we go. There we go. I think we got it. I think this works. It's not perfect, but I think it works. And then, of course, also I need to prove that it was a part of the GMTK. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to do this. Image. Good grief. I don't know why on earth the VM has to do that. Actually, we're going to go select and invert. And then we're just going to... Okay, and then we're just going to go invert selection. Okay. I am having a little bit of a hard time doing that. There we go. And then we're going to cut this out. Delete it because we don't need it anymore. Edit, fill with background color, there we go. Layer. I've gotten a lot better at GIMP in recent years, just so you know. So, layer, crop layers to content, there we go. And then, of course, we're just going to go Windows, Filters, Blur, Enhance, Distort, Light and Shadow, there we go, Drop Shadow. This is how I create my outlines, by the way, guys. There we go. And then we're just going to call it HI card. There we go. And we're just gonna do one of the documents, non-GMTK logo, but game projects, GMTK 20, and then H icon. There we go. I mean, I would like to make it animated, but you know. And there we go. Got it. It's updated. Sometimes making images can be very challenging, as you can tell. Actually, I think I might also share this to my own. Oops. To my own server, though granted, not too many people are on that server, but oh well. Oops. Better off deleting that message because that was idiotic. There we go. Got it. Okay then. Alright, so now we need to whoops! Didn't mean to click do that. There we go. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to think of what to do next. Okay, so basically I need Stipfax, preload, audio. What else do I need? I need actor too. Hashtag include or pound symbol. course she had to do that. Anyway, so basically what we need to do is we need to start working on the object manager. So basically we're going to go... Why am I hitting brick walls now? Anybody tell me why? Maybe I might want to refresh my mind just a little bit here. Okay. Maybe my mental capacity has hit its limit, but I'm not quite sure. I'll go to an intermission real quick, and I'll be right back, okay? Maybe I might take a quick little walk outside to get some fresh air. I'm back. Sorry about that wait. I mean, at least getting out there and getting a bit of a walk in and actually even taking care of some of the chickens and such helped out a lot. So, alright, now that we got that out of the way, actually I need to... There's something else I needed to do, right? No, I don't think there's anything else that I needed to do. So, I was going to make an object manager, basically, to help with managing the objects in the menu and all that other stuff, basically. Wait a second, actually, maybe I should probably set a background music to the... I believe I put it down underneath audio music. There we go. Wait, why is audio music? Oh, that's because I put it in a struct, not a class. Oh well, I guess it doesn't matter. Both work the same way, surprisingly enough. So anyway, audio music. Background noise, okay. Okay, so we're gonna have to... Did I save that? Yes, I did. Okay, so we're gonna go... Background noise dot oh, I forgot the K in background. Shame on me. I should have known. I should have known a lot better. Oh, I should have known a lot better. So load. Oh wait, I need the path first and then the call mixer. Okay then. So for the path we need paths dot music path, and that'll be 0. And then of course we need a mix call or call mix. There we go. And there we go. Okay, so now with that we got that in the way. Actually, I think I'll probably set here and go like, okay, background noise. Background noise dot play loop, and then of course we need level of audio, call mix, and then number of loop, which would be -1. Why -1? Because that loops indefinitely. So, okay, we're gonna test to see if this works, or if it broke everything. Running a bit slow only because I'm probably running a video streaming program in the background, so whoopsies. And I'm also streaming to 2 different sites at the same time, which probably doesn't help much either. Kind of glad I dictated the animations to actual time. Well, it works. I'm just gonna wait here for a little bit to see if it actually loops. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna grab a Pop-Tart while it does. Did the audio just cut out? I don't know where that was. Wait a second. What the heck? It's almost like the whole program stopped. I'm going to try this out in Linux. Yeah, I did, actually. I actually did make this all by myself. Did it just crash? You saw that, right? And by the way, yes, I did actually make that game intro myself. Yes, I did. Unfortunately, though, the Weblands logo is a little glitchy because apparently it's supposed to go off after that very first blink, but instead it seems to remain on. I just haven't bothered to go fix it because, I mean, I'm like, it works fine right now as is. If I were to mess around more with it, I might break it. So, I mean, that's kind of how it usually goes in computer programming, you know? Did my... Guys, we may have a problem. Though, of course, when it comes down to it, what I had to do in order to create it to make it work, though, I actually had to take separate... I actually had to make it like separate different files, you know, separate different image files, and then I just animated it within the program itself using timers. So that way, if you have it set to like 60 frames per second or 90 or whatever, it matches your frame rate. Or if your computer's lagging out big time like it is now, like my computer is now, basically it will just do that. It will run at the frame rate that it's running at. Still running. Please don't tell me it's got something to do with the stupid loop. If that's the case, I'm going to go and complain to the STL servers again on the Discord. And this time, I think I might bring you guys along with me for the ride. For downloading the Jam page and thought it was cool. Oh, yeah. Alright, we're going to see if this works on, Linux. Time to drink water! If anybody was here from the Amazing Digital Circus stream, they're probably gonna say, it's been a while since I did that! Wait a second. Oh, I think I realized I forgot to do something. You know what I forgot to do? I don't think I should tell you guys because, you know, I think it'd probably be best to guess what I'm doing. Okay, I don't know why on earth it's so obsessed with, yeah, but this is kind of what I'm talking about, see? Like, I have the A's separated into two different files. I actually decided to make it all one file for this one so that I could just unload the A's instantly and just, like, have it display with the logo only. And then, of course, I kind of had the glow also with the logo, too, on it, but, also with the same logo still there, but then of course the reason why I did that was for, actually, I don't even know why I did it like that. I just did. I just kind of left it as is because it looked fine the way it was, so. And not to mention, since it was also going to have this over it, because, yeah, this outline doesn't show up very well inside the program itself, but it does show up here for some reason. Like, yeah, like I said, it also will have this over that too, so basically when it comes down to it, like, no matter which way you looked at it, it worked. And then, of course, this was pretty easy. All I gotta do was just take this and then overlay it with this. Oh, you piece of garbage. Yeah, basically that's all I had to do, which, you know, made it work out real nicely. So anyway, gonna go into the texture, so we're gonna go here into Wait, no. Actually, data, sounds. I gotta make sure this is all in here. Because I bet you it's probably crashing because it is triggering a overflow error. Because I am reaching a file that is completely and totally out of bounds to it. Oh wait, actually I need to drag this back over here. There we go. There we go. And now it should not crash. And there we go. Yeah, see, here it's running at 88 frames per second. Though, granted, I actually have the program set to go at 90 frames a second right now, so... But you could always adjust the frames per second from the display manager, so... It's actually really easy to do. Unfortunately, can't do it mid-game, though. I think the only reason why it's probably running below 90 frames a second at this current moment is because I have another program in the background running and taking up most of my CPU power. But... Okay, then. So, what happens if I decided to do this? Put back the play loop for the backgrounds. I mean, granted, my monitor is a 60 Hz refresh rate, so... because of the rising costs of technology, though, like, I don't think I have any plans to replace it anytime soon, so... But then again, this ViewSonic has served me pretty well. It's only had a few minor instances where it's gone off with me with no little hope of return, but honestly, all it took was just me to press the power button twice. That's it. Otherwise, it's serving me well. It's running fine at 60 frames a second. Okay, good. Maybe we'll just adjust this back down to 60 frames a second, though. And yes, this thing is supposed to go up to 300 frames a second. If you're insane and you like overclocking your monitor like that. I could overclock this monitor, but, well, I don't know. I don't know if I really want to try it. Okay, so that's working. Is it going to loop, though? And that's my biggest issue. In case you're wondering what I'm doing over here, I'm getting ready with the STL forums over here. Okay, for some reason the loop ain't working. And I know it should loop, too, because I do have it set to be a certain length. Let's see, maybe I might try opening this up in VLC. Let's see, sounds, nope, not sounds, but rooms, music, there we go, office back. I mean, Mixer does seem to be a bit problematic, though. That's the one thing I don't like about it, is like, even going through the frickin' documentation, even searching online, and taking it to the SDL forums, Mixer just doesn't want to work. Or work properly. Okay, so yeah. VLC should do the one thing I think it should be doing, which would be looping it right back to the beginning. And I know it should work with a seamless loop, too. Yeah, that's what it should be doing, but it's not doing that. This is why I have problems with SDL Mixer. Because the functions that should be working aren't working. And the functions that, well, don't work just crash the program. And the functions that do work, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Give me a second. I'm going to be defending myself here. Whoops, that's the wrong video. That too is also the wrong video. I think I found out where my problem is. I accidentally had set track loops set to 0 after I set my track loops to the number of loops. I'm sorry for sitting here in silence for a little bit, but I'm trying to think here. No problem. Alright, well, let's see. I'm sitting here thinking maybe I might just try doing something a little bit different, I think. Though, granted, I'm not quite sure if this is going to work. But it's probably going to have to, whether I like it or not. So, here we go. I think we are going to go... see, can we get audio milliseconds? Destroy audio decoder, get audio decoder format, audio decoder format, audio duration. There we go. And get track playback position. Don't think I need that. I think I just need audio duration and audio playback position. There we go. So we're just going to go, instead of doing this, we're just going to make something completely and totally different. Mix underscore current position of a playing track, get track 3D position of its audio data. Okay then, yep. Oh, good grief. I really wish Microsoft didn't do that. And then of course track. Greater than or equal to, and I believe we need to get audio duration. Get audio duration. There we go. And then, of course, M audio. There we go. There we go. Now... Okay, hopefully this will work. Let's see if this works! Let's see if this works! Because apparently I can't trust the mix loop thing to work. And I'm gonna have to rely on building my own damn things. Which upsets me greatly, but oh well. Oh, I code in C++. Visual Studio, of course. In case you're wondering why not Visual Code, it's because Visual Code's more of a pain in the butt to work with. And for IDEs, like honestly, Visual Studio is probably the best IDE that I have ever used. Did it work? Wait, did it actually work? I mean, like, the only issue I have with the IDE here is that I have to use Windows in order to use it. If they released a version for Linux, then I'd probably switch over to Linux 100%. I like code in Godot and can barely make out by and see only Visual Studio, and it scares me. It worked, but only once. Hold on. Is there a set track playback position? Yes! Yes, there is! I have an idea! I have an idea! Ha-ha! I have an idea. Actually, in Visual Studio, it isn't really all that intimidating. Honestly, granted, I don't use all the tools that Visual Studio has supplied to me either, actually. I just use the ones that are the most relevant to me. Which happens to be the IntelliSense and the Notebook School Computer, and I think that says a lot about my skill. Well, like I said, when it comes down to it, if I had to say anything, like the only things that I really use is like the debugger, the debugger, IntelliSense. Actually, I also like using the memory process manager tier over here too, because it actually does kind of help show how much memory this program is using. Actually, that's about it. Well, okay, and I also do use the resource manager to create icons, but that's about it. Okay, let's hope this loops. You know how to fix it? Well, I don't know how to fix it, and that's the issue. I'm still kind of learning on it, but I am trying to go through most of the... I am trying to go through most of this to see if I can be able to get something to work. It did not work. What is the deal here? What's going on? Why is it not working like it should? I wonder if I could just do this. I have a plan. I'm going to try and debug this up. Actually, I'm also going to check to see if this is working too. Get audio duration and then audio. There we go. All right, now let's see if this works. Running local debugger. Like I said, really all I use is the... I forgot the computer's equivalent to a period, which is a semicolon. Haha. Alright, let's see if this works. Okay, maybe so we don't get a waterfall of text, I should probably fix my return R thing here so that it actually returns back to the beginning. I know there's another function that could do it just as well as that, but I just kind of use the \R because it's easier to remember. Excuse me. Why is it set at 0? Okay, this doesn't guarantee my fix, but it does confirm that SDL is somehow broken, I guess? Because apparently it's playing the track audio. It is setting the track audio properly. It is setting the track audio properly, and it is playing the track audio properly, but it's not necessarily telling it when it should end and how and where it's at? What? I'm sorry, excuse me, what? Okay, this makes no sense. Well, maybe I should probably get rid of this code. Let's get rid of this code and see what happens. Because that might actually be setting the tracking thing to 0, but I don't know. I feel like that probably might be a load of it, you know? Now that's weird. Wonder if we try get track remaining instead. Okay, so RE REMAIN. There we go. Let's try that instead. Let's see if this works. Actually, you know what? I'm curious. Oh, wait. I think I have it set to stop all tracks after... Yeah, never mind. I do. I wanted to try something, but, well, never mind. It didn't work. It blew up in my face because I had, I had the stop all tracks thing set up for closing out of the window, so it was a hack me solution to another problem that I think I just showed, but what am I looking for? Mixed play track. Okay. Pause tag, pause all tracks. Play audio, play tag, play track. I might have a solution, but I'm not quite sure how it's going to work. And yeah, I thought so. Okay, so what I need is best deal properties ID, huh? Hmm. Oh man, I might want to step back from this and take a little bit of a break because I can't wrap my head around it. I'm trying to figure this out. Oh, come on, come on, come on. So basically, when it comes down to it, I know what the documentation says. I know what it states. But I still don't get how and why this isn't working like it should. Well, no pointer works. Because, you know, like, it should just work with the created track that I currently have. And I know I could create... Well, I mean, look, when it comes down to it, if I set the create track to be outside of the... Or, well, the mix set track audio to be outside of the whole scenario of this, it's probably going to end up creating such a awful sounding loop that honestly nobody wants to listen to it. So, and it might blow out ears too. So, hmm. I'm going to try something here. Give me a second. Because I know that the set thing with number of loops is a integer. I mean, well, not an integer, but a Boolean operator. And... we'll see if this works. If it says true, then I don't know what I'm doing wrong then. Well, actually, it doesn't say true. It should say 1, because that's what true is. It's either a 1 or a 0. 0 means false, 1 means true. That's how Booleans are. Please loop. Please loop. Please loop. Not certain this can help you, but you will be out of options. We bail. I recently heard of a tool named Mub Loop. So at least for my projects, when I get a roadblock like that, I just use brute force. Mub Loop. I never heard of it, but I'll search it up. Let's see, into the live stream here. Okay. You can make it... Oh, you can make a 1 hour loop and then fix it later? Well, I mean, I suppose I could try doing that, but people are going to know that I'm going to cheat, and it might end up being a big file. And that's what I'm trying to avoid, because I want it to download quickly, you know? I don't want it to take hours and hours and hours on end, you know? Like I said, I'm kind of running out of ideas here. What the heck? There we go. Yes, and that's why I say you got nothing else than do it. In my opinion, it's better to have a finished, heavy project than an unfinished one. Sorry for the bad English. Nah, no worries. I'm understanding you perfectly fine. I've had to interpret worse language over a headset before, so... the fun of working drive-thru, right? Yeah, I usually work drive-thru at McDonald's. I don't do this full-time. But if I did this full-time, I'd probably be a lot better at it. That's for certain. I would love to do this full-time and get paid for it, actually. Tell you the truth. More of the programming and game dev stuff because, you know, I actually enjoy this a lot more than working at, you know, McDonald's. I'm being open and honest here, okay? But I don't get paid for it, so I kind of end up having to... you know. I'm happy that I could juggle both. I barely juggle both. It's a barely type of thing. I mean, right now, McDonald's has been kind of crazy of late, especially since of April. One of the people that actually helped manage the place really well and managed to keep things going smoothly ended up dying to cancer. And I'm not naming names, of course, because I never want to do that. Okay, I'm at an hour and 31 minutes, so... Oh, where's my audio going? Playback device. Wait, what? There we go. Guess I just had to keep it at pulse. Okay, I guess we're just gonna export audio. There we go. We're gonna save this as MP3 and... Oh, wow, okay. Wait, no, it's saving into post Champ Productions. Never mind, we gotta do it in GMTK. Photo files, GMTK 2026, data, rooms, music, office back, office sounds, and we're just gonna put down H. I'm just putting down one letter so it's easy to adjust inside the, you know. It's gonna take a minute for this. Might as well sit back, grab some snacks, and just watch this thing work. Yeah. Part of the exhaustion's also coming from the McDonald's things too, because, you know, usually I'm on my feet all day long. Most of the time I'm usually doing 3 other people's jobs, and maybe like a whole quarter, maybe like nearly half of it, maybe sometimes a quarter, is like doing 6 or 7 other jobs too. So, yeah. Like, honestly, even though with game dev, I mean, since I'm doing it by myself, I got to do everything myself. But, you know, I kind of prefer doing this because it's a little more fun to do than, you know, staying in the back drive-thru for most of my time, not feeling like I'm getting much accomplished. Because, you know, in the back drive-thru, even just standing back there, it gets kind of boring after a while. And, to be fair, like, it's also kind of an issue, too, when they expect you to say certain things and act a certain way, and, you know, all this other stuff, and it gets kind of tiring after a while, so... I mean, I think you could probably understand where I'm coming from with that one. Alright, I think we got it exported. Let's see, how big is this file? 263.8 megabytes! Yeah, it's an easy solution, but it's not going to be a fast one. I hate how Audacity sets up their exit dialogue. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of a bit of a struggle to try to make sure both work in the way that they should work, but... yeah, well. What can I do? What can a guy do? Oh, come on. Alright, well, I got nothing to change inside here. I got a lot to change inside the directory, though, so... whoop. There we go. Actually, I'm scared. I'm going to see how much memory it's actually going to take within actual memory, too. See, that's another thing that I also need to keep in mind. If it gets over a certain amount, it may end up crashing. Holy cow! once I was helping my aunt at a flower market and I quit after like 3 to 4 hours. But I can understand why that's still way better than McDonald's. Yeah. Like, McDonald's is kind of bottom of the barrel. I mean, honestly, I do recommend trying to avoid it as much as you possibly can because, you know, like, really, truth is, it's supposed to be like the first job that you're supposed to have. And then never again. But with how our society's going, like, McDonald's is becoming the first job you have and the only job you'll ever get for the rest of your life. You know? And that's kind of upsetting, you know? Like, people should have the right to fight for a more fair and free life, to choose what they want to do, when they want to do it. And, you know, like, tell you the truth, actually, I wasn't supposed to be getting today and tomorrow off according to the schedule. Even though one of the managers the manager that's supposed to be doing the schedules, which I'm not going to say names because, again, I'm a lot better than that. I respect people. Like, she told me that she put it in as off, but the automatic scheduling system just completely and totally ignored her on that and decided, no, this guy's gonna work these days. Yeah, like, where's the fairness in that? Despite the fact that I'm the guy who actually doesn't really ask for that many days off anyway. Like, if I do ask for time off, there is a specific reason for it. Whether it be like me and my family are going to be headed out of town for a certain event that's happening, or like I have to do something that will probably change my life and I need to pick up something outside of town, or I need to do something that feels kind of important to me, or at a doctor's appointment, a dentist appointment, or like an event that is going on that I am participating in, kind of like the GMTK thing. I also got bowling next week too with a team, because I kind of like doing it, and it's a fun little bit of recreation from the endless drivel that McDonald's gives me. So, another thing that I kind of like doing, though, is that I like kind of going down to a certain park and just walking around for a little bit. Though, granted, like, even that has become a bit tedious, too, because, honestly, all it makes me think of is what I'm missing out on my life. You know, maybe I shouldn't make it an hour, and maybe half that. Because I don't think there's going to be a lot of people sitting on the menu for nearly an hour. I mean, I'm trying to think here and go, like, we need to optimize this and make this a little smaller, because, I don't know, I don't think there's going to be people sitting on the main menu for about an hour. A half an hour I can view, but an hour, no. Well, no, not even for a half an hour. 15 minutes probably at best, but... Alright, so we're gonna dump this down here, and then we're just gonna... We'll just give it a little bit of overlap too, so that it can... There we go. And that way we don't get the jarring every single time, you know? Alright, so now we're just gonna zoom out to full project, and then we're just gonna copy both of these. Audacity, audacity, audacity. Sometimes I really wish you weren't limited in some of your function. Audacity. Are you kidding? How do I move 2 files at the same time in Audacity? Ah! Okay, let's see. Select all, none, tracks, region, spectral, audio clips. Okay, edit, move. How do you move audio clips at the same time, huh? Preferences, move audio, labeled audio. What the heck? How do you do this? Like I said, just a random number. Fair enough. Actually, you know what? Not enough room to paste the selection. What do you mean? What do you... Okay, fine. I quit with Audacity. No, don't save it. Please. Please. Just spare me the trouble. Don't save it. I am going to move over to a completely different audio program. That... Whoops. Didn't mean to fire that one up. That was actually meant for music creation. Wait, where's Caden Live? Oh, there it is. There it is. There we go. We're just gonna do a new project, and yeah, we'll just go 1080p at 60 frames a second. Even though, granted, we're probably not gonna be doing 60 frames a second because it's gonna be just audio and nothing but audio. So, okay, so we're gonna zoom out to full project. There we go. Actually, we're just gonna switch over to editing. And because all we're going to do is just have audio. We're going to have a little bit of overlap. A little bit of snapping. Please stop. Please stop snapping. Oh. That's right. I guess I'll set it for about 10 minutes. And then end it there. I'm almost there. No worries. So I don't have to keep doing this the whole time. That'll work. Okay. And then we're just going to render this. We're not going to do hardware accelerated because we just want audio. Lossless, images, sequence, hardware accelerated, generic, custom, audio only. There we go. And we're going to go MP3. And then we're going to go generate. Wait a second. Hold on. I don't want it exporting to videos, though. I want it to be put into GMTK, the GMTK 2026 project. Data, menu, modded, music, from rooms, sounds. Ooh. Office back. There we go. And then we're just going to replace this one. There we go. Ugh. Still, why does SDL Mixer not want to work? Like, come on. I try to get it to stop a sound. It won't stop. I try to get it to... I get it to try to stop a sound, it won't stop. I try to get it to loop a sound, it won't stop. It won't loop. I try to get it to even just register what position the tracks are at, and it won't register what position the tracks are at. I'm sorry. How am I supposed to handle this? No, don't save. Don't think I need to. Should be a lot smaller now, alright? Okay, 4.9 megabytes. Okay, that is much more easier to handle and will not eat up memory. Ugh. Ugh. Still, but why though? Like I said, how on earth can they say that SDL Mixer's not broken or buggy when it does broken and buggy stuff like that? When it's doing stuff that it shouldn't do, despite what its commands say it should do. Or it keeps ignoring the commands that I give it. Like, why is that the case? How can you defend it as not broken or buggy if it keeps acting like it's broken or buggy? This just doesn't make sense to me. I suppose it'll work. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's gonna have to do. There. If you excuse me, I think I might want to take a step outside real quick. Like, I hear funny noises out there. Give me a moment. Alright, I'm back. Sorry if it took me a little bit. I ended up cooking myself lunch while at it, because it's like, if I'm going to be out here, I might as well, right? Actually, I thought of something. Sorry. Valid? Yeah. Sorry. I know, I'm eating spaghetti while working on spaghetti code. What the heck is wrong with me? Alright. Now. Yeah, that's what I was creating my object manager for. I'm going to put it in a struct because that would probably make most sense. And we're just going to call this struct. Spaghetti! Yummy! Anyway, I think I better turn on some music so it, There we go. Hmm. Sorry, I'm gonna try something with the mixer. One more thing at the mixer at least. Oh wait. Excuse me. I'm gonna be taking a look at something here too. Okay. There we go. Sorry. Okay, now I'm going to do that thing that I wanted to do with SDL Mixer, because I think I have an idea. Hmm. I'm trying to spell F-Rex and I can't do it. Ah! No. Okay, F-Rect. There we go. The reason why I go SOR and DES, or well, DES, is primarily just so that I remember which one's which. Which one goes to the source and which one goes to the destination. So that way I don't end up with some funky results. There we go. That spaghetti is doing something to me. I need to run to the bathroom. I'm back. All right. In case you're wondering what happened, I actually stopped to do some dishes too. So, actually, hold on. I still got to continue doing dishes. Give me a second. All right, now where was I? I'm officially back. Okay, here we go. I'm so sorry to leave you guys on intermission for so freaking long. All right, so where was I at? Oh yeah, that's right. I was creating some of these objects, wasn't I? I had an idea for the text, but of course, I gotta go down here. Okay, don't ask me what possessed me to go looking around over here. Let's get this show on the road, huh? Excuse me. Hmm. Object Manager. Don't know why on earth people like this one. Dr. Pepper and cream soda. Ugh. We only got this because Grandma had it and she wanted us to get rid of it, so... Anyway. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hmm. There we go. Okay. Sorry if I'm not being very entertaining right now or not saying very much. Just kind of lock in right now. Oh, hello. Good to see you back. Int percent. Oh come on. 1. There we go. And then we need to go menu objects. Monitor soar equals. Thanks. How's your project going? It's coming along. I'm getting to the point where I'm just going to be loading up all the assets and checking to see if this loads them all properly. More than likely it's probably going to blow up in my face, but well, we'll see. We'll see what happens, right? 0. Because I've had it blow up in my face before, even just doing something simple like this. Wait, oh yeah. And it will definitely blow up in my face if I don't put the proper values in, so... you know? That's pretty much the truth of, well, anything that has to involve a little bit of programming. Don't put the proper values in, it's not going to work at all, or not the way that you want it to. Good to hear, wish you luck. Alright, I'll try my best. Monitor... And we're gonna go destination. And that'll be 0, 0, 2560, and 1440. Alright, here we go. Two, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. There we go. Perfect. There we go. If the logo's still there, are still there, then change it to false. There we go. Alright, now we're just gonna render all these objects that I just loaded up here. There we go. So we're gonna start off with the background, of course. What was it? Monitor background? Nope, that's background. Okay. Renderer. The texture will be OBJ. Desk background. Menu objects dot desk back from source, then ampersand menu objects desk background destination. Renderer. Menu objects. Monitor background. Ampersand. Menu objects dot background source, and then ampersand menu objects dot monitor background destination. What was it again? Menu box, I think. Menu box, yep. Okay, so menu box dot. Render actor. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that because all the things are handled within the renderer itself with this one, so within that one function, so. Oh yes, and then I also need, because if I don't do this, then it will never set its position. Why did I have to loop it through one particular function? I don't know. Damn, pure SDL? Well, kind of. I mean, I am using SDL image and SDL mixer for, well, mixer for the sounds, image for the images. Actually, I am also going to be using SDL font too, but yeah, mostly SDL and C++, of course. But then, of course, you know, you can't just use pure SDL. You got to have a programming language with it. In particular, I think it's the most partial to C, C++. I bet you it probably also works in C# too. And Java probably as well. I mean, those are the 4 primary languages that I could think of, but I wouldn't be surprised if it also worked in Python as well. Why? Because they're all derivatives of C. I mean, really, that's the truth of it all, too. Alright, so now that we got the menu box, yep, basically I kind of just use GIMP for my planning out, like right here. Basically, this is just me planning out the menu and such. Though, to be fair, yes, I know, the visual distinction just doesn't look the same, does it? Still counts? Oh, okay then. I used to do SFML, but I had a little bit of trouble after they decided to remove a primary constructor on one of their more important objects. Yeah, let's just say I wasn't exactly thrilled with that. It became more of a pain in the butt to use, especially when it came down to pre-initializing the object, which I was only able to get it to work once, and only once. And then every single time I tried it again, it just failed, ultimately. And it's like, okay, yep, I'm irritated with this. Let's just switch over to another programming language. SDL is surprisingly versatile, though it does have its kinks too. Like, for example, its audio libraries, or well, its audio the thing that's supposed to handle audio is a pain in the butt to work with. And they have SDL Mixer, which is supposed to help, but SDL Mixer is finicky. It's finicky at best, and practically broken at worst. I'm having a hard time using SDL Mixer for some dumb reason. I don't know if it's because of the way that I'm using it, or if it's because it just needs a bit of work. But it's kind of hard to tell. It's very, very hard to tell. Okay, so menu box, okay, and then we're going to go SDL underscore render texture, and I think this is going to be the last texture I'm going to be rendering, so renderer. And then, what kind of game am I making? I'm thinking I'm just going to be making like a little bit of a WarioWare kind of style game, but with a bit of a puzzle element to it. Basically, the idea is that you're an IT, and basically you're dealing with a day zero exploit, basically. A hacker managed to get into your system by finding this very day zero exploit, and before he totally exploits it, you gotta find out which program or what is causing the day zero exploit, work it out with the programmer, so that you can be able to get that patched out and get the whole thing working, you know? So the idea is basically the guy will also be infiltrating it with some viruses as the days go on too, because if I remember correctly, sometimes day zeros can also kind of work like that too, where you can put in viruses, I think, but I'm not 100% sure. But you know what, I figured I'd do that so that the player would have to stay on their toes and make sure that they're paying attention, because this guy will try to trip you up in every way, shape, and form, trying to lead you on false chases, you know? So sometimes he'll probably make you go through a certain event, like maybe playing a short little game, or maybe he'll make you go I mean, it's going to be a little bit complex, but honestly, at the same time, like, I think that would be interesting, and it'd be kind of fun to play, too, when it comes down to it. Because, I mean, you know, I bet you there's going to be a lot of players who probably go like, okay, yeah, let's see if we can figure out this is the virus. Oh, shoot, this popped up. Okay, let's try to take care of that. Okay, this popped up. Okay, hopefully this is safe. Oh, no, this is... Uh-oh, I got to get through this whole entire event in a short amount of time, you know? And also, while doing so, you also have a budget counter, too, which keeps in track of your budget. And if your budget hits 0, it's also game over. Because, well, when your budget hits 0, you can't pay the programmer anymore to patch out whatever's causing the issue. Not that I think it really happens like that in real life, because to tell you the truth, I think the programmer would be more than happy to get that problem out of there as soon as they possibly can, because, trust me, it's kind of like detective gameplay? Well, kind of, yeah. Kind of. I mean, there are going to be different methods of checking it out, too. Uh-oh. I need to update Nightbot on Twitch. Because that is way out of date. 2025? Excuse me? That was last year. Menu objects. Okay, and I think we're doing the monitor itself. Okay, then. Ampersand. Menu objects. But yeah, like I said, that's kind of the whole idea. Monitor source, monitor destination. There we go. There we go. Got it. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I think I probably need to update Nightbot to... Okay, here we go. Hope this works. Let's just hope this works. What's this? Oh. I don't know why that was running in the background, but... Sometimes it doesn't close out properly. I wish it did, but sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, it's lagging behind because of the fact that it's got issues with the frame rate because I'm using a lot of CPU power. I getcha. Only running at 30 frames a second. Yikes! Okay, what's eating up the CPU? Well, thankfully I have this animation adjusted to work off a variable frame rate, so... Except for that one little glitch, which I don't know what causes it to happen. Okay, unfortunately though, where's the box? The box is missing! Oh no! The box! The box! I'm supposed to have a box on the monitor there, and I don't see it! Ah! What happened to the box? I mean, I'm pretty sure everything else loaded up just fine and actually is located right where it needs to be, but the box is missing. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Oh. Boy. Okay. I mean, otherwise, it's running fine. I guess I can get rid of the see out thing for the loop thing, because I do not need that. Even though right now, I kind of wish I could get that to loop rather than having to load a big 10-minute file, you know? I kind of figured nobody was going to sit on the menu for like 10 minutes, so... At the very least. Okay, so why is the box not loading? I have actor play set, don't I? Whoops. Okay, I'm lost. There we go. There we go. Actually, you know what? I think I might do something real quick. Like, give me a second here. Oh yeah, and I also need to do this too. Zero, one. Actually, you know what? I could just do this. Control H, and then we're just gonna go 8, comma. Yeah, I thought so. Two, 3, 4, 5. I figured there's a faster way of doing this, but I don't want to try to use Control H either. 6, 7, there we go. Got it. So that way when we come back to this, it will load all this up again. So now I'm trying to figure out why render actor isn't working. Or why the actor isn't rendering properly. You know what would help? If I set the center to 20 instead of 80. That's probably why it loaded off the screen. It's because instead of it being at 20 where it should have been, I had it still set to 80 for the center. That's where my mistake was. Yeah, that's probably where my mistake was. Okay, here we go. We're gonna try this again. Okay, there we go. Yep, I knew it. Okay, that's what was causing the box not to render properly. That was what was causing it. I still don't know how you managed to make games without an engine. Respect. Actually, it just takes a bit of talent, that's all. And besides, you know what? There were a lot of people back in the old days that they had to make games without engines, you know? Like, imagine having to do it on just pure bare metal, you know? That's how they had to do back in the days of early arcades. They had to do it all just right there on the motherboard. They had to work with read-only memory. They had to work with read-only memory and very, very limited RAM, you know? And they had to come on these huge boards that went inside arcade cabinets that got plugged into an RCT tube and also had to be plugged into a coin feeder so that you had to put a coin inside of it in order to play. I mean, and then when consoles came out, I think that's when coding became a little more prominent, but even then, you still had read-only memory. You only had the read-only memory that you had that came on the cartridge, and some of the... Well, okay, maybe not entirely it was all cartridge-based, because there were some cassettes back in the day, and... Well, this was before CD anyway. And they also had things like floppy disks, too. Which, you know, if you don't know anything about floppy disks, basically there were these huge disks that basically flopped whenever you held them in the center. So that's why you always got to be careful with them. Technically, when it comes down to it, they still had to do a lot of bare metal stuff, though, in order to get some of the programming to work. And yes, they were still able to make games on those, too. In fact, when it comes down to it, I think some of the most famous examples happens to be Nintendo's consoles and Atari's consoles, primarily. Because, I mean, the 2600, the whatever the heck came after the 26... Well, the 2600 is a very big one. The NES, the SNES, the Nintendo 64, now those are also really big consoles that also had most of the hardware come in the cartridge and not on the console itself. The Sega Genesis and the Sega Master System also... Wait... Well, I know it was called Master System over in Europe, but it was also called Genesis over here. I forgot what they called the one that came before it. Or maybe it was the Master System, and I'm just getting them mixed up. Or no, it was the Mega System? No, I forget. Well, either way. Like back then, with those consoles, they didn't have any game engines. They literally had to do it all from scratch. They had to build everything just from, like, a code base, basically. So, you know. But then, of course, that's kind of why sometimes when you do it from scratch, you got to spend a bit of time inside the pre-planning phase so that you know where everything is going to go. In fact, if I had to say anything, like the original Super Mario Brothers, that whole game was planned out on a grid. The reason why we still use grids today, because, you know, not because they're just versatile things that usually help with making maps and such, is part of the reason why Super Mario Brothers was so freaking successful. It was because they were able to figure out how high Mario jumped, how fast Mario was going to move, where the enemy placement's going to take place, where all the blocks are going to be placed at, and, well, where the start and the finish were going to be at. And honestly, I think that's kind of why graphing paper is still very important even to this day, you know? I mean, even if programs may make that obsolete, like, sometimes I still have, like, a sheet or two of graphing paper laying around just because I want to get something and make a thing. Yeah, I understand. Simple computers like the NES and assembly, the most stretched definition, making game engines with only, and I can't imagine having an empty VS Code project. Well, yeah, I mean, I do start it out kind of empty, but, you know, I've already have files that I built myself long before this, so that's kind of how I ended up, that's kind of how I ended up with all this, though, because it was because I built most of this before I even got started with GMTK. I mean, I was able to get the window running, I was able to get the loading thing done, I got the preloading set up. Heck, the only thing that I probably had to program in was the animations for the startup. So basically that GMTK and the Weblums logo that you saw, those are basically all programmed in a little bit ahead of time because I didn't want to have the headache of having the program in then and save a bit of time when it comes down to actually programming the game. And of course, when it comes down to it, I also had to program in and of course, I already had pre-programmed the manager too to help me manage whatever state the game is in. Which basically it loads right up into the menu anyway because, well, duh, what's the first place that you're gonna go when you start up a game? I mean, sure, sometimes some games will just throw you into the action, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like, you know, a menu's a good place to start breathing and thinking, okay, am I going to regret my decision? I mean, I don't know how many gamers have actually thought about that, but, you know, I mean, sometimes a menu could do a lot, you know? I mean, sometimes you could just go simple, and it will probably say everything that it needs to say. You could go super complex and ultra all over the place and have players ultra confused by your menu and go like, okay, yep, I regret my choice. Or you could go super scary with it, like Five Nights at Freddy's, where Freddy was just glitching out and reacting all weird and such. Which, you know, I mean, sure, I know it's probably not the greatest example for horror, but you know what? It definitely is iconic. And I think a lot of people can agree upon that. Whether you like Five Nights at Freddy's or not, the Five Nights at Freddy's first main screen that you see the very first time you boot up the very first game, that is iconic right there. The main mascot character just staring into your face, glitching out, freaking out, and making it seem like there's more going on behind the scenes than what you really realize. I mean, it's excellent foreshadowing. But still, that's neither here nor there. The real truth is that, yeah, like I said, it's all a part of planning it out, thinking it through. And besides, this is kind of bits and pieces of an engine right here with most of the framework that I designed anyway. Kind of also backed up by the SDL framework. I would love to get a more final functioning engine out, but I'm not quite sure if I'm going to be able to do it well with Metalark. Because right now, Metalark seems to be more of a framework. I think the next version, which whatever I'm going to call it, basically I'm kind of going off of character names. Metalark is supposed to be a character name from a horror game that I actually have been in development for quite some time now. And I'm not quite sure if the name's going to even be sticking around when that horror game releases. But, like, yeah, basically I had a girl named Meadow Lark. Her first name is Meadow, her last name is Lark. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. Like, again, the reason why I just decided that is because, you know what, it's my favorite bird, and honestly, I think it works out really well. And Meadow's kind of a nice game for a girl anyway, so, you know. Alright, so, now that we got everything done, well, actually, now that we confirm that everything seems to work, I believe. Yeah, you can even see it right here. It says Weblum's Engine 1.14 Metalark. I mean, granted, though, I probably should knock that down a couple things, but oh well. I usually just throw a random number on that every single time I update it. But if I have to update the game, then I'll update that last number, because it's like, okay, yep, I gotta make it a game update. Okay, here we go. But I am kind of glad that I decided to go with actual timers when it comes down to handling the animations. I think I might just stick to this method. Actually, I think I might just also make the menu fade in too. Yeah, I don't know if I can... Wait, do I have a fade set for my actor though? Actually, you know what? Maybe I don't really need a fade set for my actor, because, you know, one thing I can do... Or one thing I think I can do is, Okay, I am going to do a quick Google search. Give me a second here. Wait, what was that about, Norca? Oh. Sorry. Anyway, Long John Silver's store closures. Oh, well, okay. I don't mind that. FX5 Cinema Camera. Give me a second. I'm going to be sidetracking myself here. I'm going to stop myself real quick like here to say, I want this. I want this. $4,900. Oh. Well, shoot. I guess I'm probably not going to get much luck when it goes on sale either with if it goes on sale on K&H Photo. Look, I do photography too, okay? I am a man of many hats. You can't see all my hats, but I am a man of many hats. I do a lot of different things, and most of them can actually be put together into programming as well, because, you know, actually sometimes you need photography to take pictures of, like, textures, for example, you know? Sometimes you really need to have a good skilled hand and a bit of a solid eye in order to take a photo. And sometimes you can even, like, take a photo for, like, maybe, like, a background element for your game or something like that. Like, just a plane and then some clouds and such like that. You know, just having a skilled hand with that would also help out a lot, too. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. That's still neither here nor there. We need to get back to work and focus on what I need to do. And honestly, what I need to do is... If you felt rumbling halfway across the world, that was my brain farting so hard, okay? Oh yeah! How to color a box in STL. Okay, so set render straw color, well... Set render fill rect. How come I forgot about that step? But I think I'll probably... Well, actually, no. I'll probably just have it right here. SDL... Wrecked! We're just rectifying everything, aren't we? Okay, so we're gonna go, and we're just gonna call this Black Box. We'll just call it Black Box. And we're gonna go into menu here, and we're gonna add it as a part of our loading thing. Though, I only need to load it up this way once, so... Oh yes, and I also need to do something here, because I forgot. I need to multiply this by 100, or else it's not going to display anything properly. Oops. Oh! I believe this music was supposedly composed by John Williams. He's a very famous JW, trust me. I sure hope to be up there with him someday. And John Williams, if you are listening to this, you're awesome, man. You really are. You made some of the most iconic themes of all time. I mean, come on. Nothing beats Jurassic Park or Star Wars. Actually, there were some other ones, too. Did he also have a hand in composing the theme for some of the music for Back to the Future, too? I think. Not 2 specifically. I mean, all the Back to the Future movies, but... I think he also composed... No, I don't think he composed Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I don't know. I know he was in a lot of movies, though. That I do remember. He did a lot of movies back in the day. And honestly, it's kind of crazy to keep up with it. But I think he's retired now, and that's kind of the reason why he wasn't a part of the Star Wars prequel trilogy, if I remember correctly. Well, actually, no, I think he was part of the prequel trilogy, but only maybe like the first 2, I think? I don't know, I may have to ask. When did John Williams retire? Or, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's retired, is he? I mean, hey, look, there's an adage about old rock stars, and I know he may not be a rock star, but if I had to remember that adage, it's that they don't die. They just party harder. And by the way, yes, after, what was his name again? Ozzy Osbourne. After Ozzy Osbourne died, I went like, yeah, more than likely, he's just partying harder. He's partying hard than you could ever imagine. He's partying so hard that he could probably die again. Not that it matters, he's already dead. And you know what? I don't think there's anything wrong with that, you know? Man was a legend, and deserved to be, personally. Anyway, I need to get back to work. Let's focus. Okay. Now that I got that fixed out, play loop, call mix, okay. What was I doing again? I got so distracted by the, oh, right. The black box. I forgot about that. I'll just sneak it in with one of my menu object thing here. So we're just going to do it after monitor bounds, and we're just going to go menu objects black box equals 0, 0, 2560, 1440. And I forgot my brackets, didn't I? Shame on me. Oh, actually, you know what? There's an irritating feature that I think might come in handy here. Let's see if Visual Studio will allow me to do this. Microsoft! Can I say this? Yes and no! You got it right, but you completely failed in every regard. This is a task failed successfully, Microsoft! This is a task failed successfully! What the heck? Why did you do this? Oh, good grief! Why did it do that? Oh, good grief! Why did it do that? Okay, so we are going to set up a timer up here, and menu timers. We're going to open up this really big old struct that takes up almost 1,000 lines of code by default. Yes, you heard me right. I said by default. And we're just going to go private. And then we're going to do our timer things here. Yeah, see how long this thing is? It's so long that even Microsoft is forgetting to indent. We're going to go... unit. I just call it unit. I don't know why. It's unsigned integer 64. And we're just going to call this timer start. What we're going to call this? Well, we're just going to say the start timer for the black box fade. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, maybe I might be able to do that with the... maybe I might not need the black box after all. Because I forgot about the set render color. Which I guess I could probably go into my API documentation on the wiki here. Go into render. And I think we got get render, set render, draw color, set Render rect, render geometry. Render fill rect. Aha, I forgot about that. So I wonder if you could do that with a textured image. You know what? Now's the good time to figure this out. So Unit 64, and we're going to call this menu fade in. Start. Because I gotta be specific with this. Make that equal 0, and then another comment, the count timer. And yes, I do have a lot of counting because I do this whole timer-based animation system. Not that that's a bad thing, though. For the fade. Why did you do that? Microsoft! Why did you do that? Units 64 645. No. Menu fade in, and we're gonna call this count equals 0. And yes, sometimes you need counters in encoding, so don't worry. I know about counting down. I know about counting up. I know about counting round. I know about counting the jelly beans in your jar. COUNT timer for the actually not count, but the stay timer. There we go. 64, and then menu. Wowee, that started with the M. Perfect. Despite the fact that I kind of fat fingered it. In stay. Equals 0. Actually, no. We'll give it about a second. There we go. Actually, you know what? We'll do 2 of them. We'll do stay 0 and stay 1. And then we're just going to go... Actually, you know what? We could just copy and paste this. Because you know what? We're programmers. We don't... You know what? We're programmers. We don't just program it out. We copy and paste wherever we can. Because, you know what? Sometimes it's just sometimes it can be just faster. I'll just make this one shorter. PUBL. Sorry, it's public. I gotta remember the lick. Don't go licking computer components, but you gotta remember the lick. So, now we're gonna go... fade percent equals 0. There we go. And now, what we need to do is make a void and call this menu fade in. And then I just need to do what I did up there. If menu fade in start equals 0, then menu fade in start equals SDL underscore get ticks. And then of course we're gonna go menu fade in count equals SDL underscore get ticks minus menu fade in start. The reason why I do that is so that it makes it easier for the percent, so that it doesn't start like at 99 or 11 or 80 or something like that and just have like that instant cut. Instead, it will just start with that whole fade in. It would actually do the whole fade in from 0. So, and then of course we're gonna go fade percent equals percent, and then menu fade in count, and then menu fade. Now, of course, if you're wondering what this is supposed to do, oh wait, and I needed to multiply it by the factor of 1. There we go. If you wonder what this is supposed to do, basically this actually turns the division of this and this into a percentage. So basically a portable percentage anyway. Instead of having to do it directly within the program, the percent just kind of saves me time because it's one of the predefined things that I made with some of the framework that I made. So basically, instead of having me to do it every single time or copy and paste it over and over and over again. Yes? Somebody there? Hi, Krista. Okay, so yeah, instead of having to copy and paste the division code over and over and over again, I just made a percent thing so that I don't have to copy and paste it over and over and over. All I gotta do is just type down percent, put in the 2 items that I'm going to be making a percent with, times the factor of how much I want to do it, because I don't know, maybe I want it to be actually 100, the number 100, or maybe I just want it to be up to 1, but we don't know. We'll see. But the percent also kind of helps out in the terms of some movement and some other things too. So, if menu fade in count is greater than or equal to, the reason why I use greater than or equal to is just in case if it ends up being greater than that, at least it will automatically stop. Actually, in this case, since I don't have the phase tracker on here, I need to force bing the fade. Cool. And then we could just go like, if exclamation point fade stop, because exclamation point means not, so oh, right, I gotta finish that up. Okay, so menu fade in stay 0, and fade stop equals true. And that way it would stop the fade. I'll also make another function to fade out the menu. If reset fade in start equals 0, and then reset fade will equal true. Otherwise, I mean, I guess I could just put down 1 and make it easier, because true and false statements really are just 1 and 0. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, so else, if... Actually, basically it's going to be the same way, except... Okay. For switching the... You know, one thing I gotta admit about the Crush in Time soundtrack, I'm actually kind of impressed with how much they made it sound like an actual movie score. Like, seriously. It really does. It almost sounds like a movie score from, like, Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Well, in most cases anyway. Not all the time. Switching the... Or, actually, for allowing the menu to switch. There we go. Okay, now. What was the function called again for setting the color again? Set, draw... Okay, so set, draw, color, float. Okay. SDO underscore set render draw color F. There we go. Okay then, so we're just gonna go renderer. And this will be 0. This will be... Actually... No. Okay, I'm gonna need the ampersand. Okay then. There we go. I'm gonna test to see if this works. I mean, I doubt it will, but well. Any shot's better than no shot, right? Might need to stop and get some water, though. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Let's see if this works. Okay, legit, I give up. I give up, I give up, I give up. I'm going to switch back over to the black box because this ain't working. This ain't working. This ain't working. Underscore. Oh. Okay, so yeah, maybe I guess I really did need to... You know, one thing I probably should be doing too. That probably might also help too. There we go. Wait a second. Oh, shoot! I didn't mean to use Endel. Ah, shoot! Ah, shoot! Oh, shoot! Oh, shoot! I might end up with a waterfall. I don't want that. There. Did you see that? Or was I the only one seeing that? Guys, I just realized what my greatest mistake was. I bet you that's gonna fix it. Sorry if I'm fidgeting with one of my fidget toys right now. I got a little bit of anxious energy. I think I might stop and go take another walk. Let's see if I can change this over to float and see if that changes anything. Though doubles and floats really should not matter. But we are going to change this back to... Okay, let's try this for size. Um. Back text. There we go. And then, of course, whoop. Okay. Alpha mod. And then, of course, menu objects. This background. And then, of course, tm.fade%. I'll just copy and paste this for the rest of these because, except for one, because I'll have to do it a little bit different. Monitor, there we go. And then for this one, we'll have to go menu box, fade actor, and then of course less than 0. There we go. Well, there we go. Now it should work. Oh, you piece of garbage. Microsoft, why do you keep doing this to me? Hold on. I made a mistake. There we go. There we go. And voila! We finally got it working. Okay. So, maybe I should get some water. Maybe a little bit of rest and a little bit of a walk. Because I still got a little more work to do. A lot more work to do before the day's out. So yeah, I'm gonna go do that. I'll take a quick little break and I'll be back, okay? Alright, I'm back. Sorry if it took me a little bit. Got some carrots and jalapeno ranch. Mmm. This is good stuff, by the way. You know what? There's going to be one thing I'll do before I start this out. Where is it? Ah, GPU screen recorder. There we go. Not right now. I'm streaming. I'll do it a little later. There we go. There we go. Alright, there we go. Decided to reshare my stream, so... Don't know if that's gonna boost the viewer counts or not, but, we'll see. Should've got more carrots for the jalapeno ranch I got. Not that I got much. Dad gets it for me, and my mom loves this stuff too, so she eats it all herself as well. Alright, now I just need to make text for my main menu. Hello, Wiser Hack! Good to see you here! Oh. Oh, wait, no, that's Word Zach. Sorry about that, I misread it! Ah! You can smack me if you want. Feel free to. Alright, so let's see here. We're gonna do how to create text. Okay, yeah, I know, TTF, yep. Okay, so I know it's supposed to be, okay, color, surface, and then texture. Okay, then. Okay, then. Actually, you know what? I could probably just use configuration.h. There we go. Okay, there we go. This is what I need. Right here. Okay, so basically I need to head into my object manager now. I'm just gonna go SDO underscore surface. Did it have an asterisk next to it? Yes, it did, didn't it? Okay, so... Alright, and how many objects did I have inside this again? I gotta take a look. Give me a second here. Whoop! Yaha! Got it! Okay, so we need this. Well, you need to drag it over somewhere. Actually, you know what? Maybe I might want to make a stock asset for a recycling bin. So we're gonna go new. We're gonna go 160 by 160 here. And we're just gonna make a very bare bones looking recycling bin, but, you know. Get rid of that black texture. We just need this. Alright, and now, let's see here. Image, Okay. So, let's see here. Basically what we need is to... Whoa, gee, that's a little too big. Recycling bins are hard to work on, aren't they? I think I'm getting it now. Okay, here we go. See. Sorry if I don't seem to be very talkative right now. I probably should be talking a little bit more. Jalapeno ranch. I really like this stuff. I don't know why. Actually, I really do like the taste of jalapeno ranch. It does taste really good. Yeah. Actually, I wish I had more carrots for it. Look, my mom wanted me to have something a little more healthier, so I decided, you know what? Carrots are healthy. They're good for you. They're good for your eyes, so... There we go. Alright, so, anyway. Okay, I think this is a fairly decent looking trash can, wouldn't you agree? I mean, it should work. I mean... There we go. If not, I could always do something like this. Where is... Ah! Gradient tool. There we go. And we just need... Oops. I forgot. I forgot. There we go. And then we could just drag out from the middle here. Out to the very edge. And then voila. Well, actually, it probably should be lighter, shouldn't it? I mean, not that light. Maybe I might want to change the base color too, just a bit. Make it a little darker. There we go. Alright. Now that that's got a little bit of depth to it, we're gonna decide to add a little bit of depth up here too. There we go. There we go. Got it. And now... I mean, I'd say that's a convincing trash can, right? I mean, maybe just a little bit of a dark outline in between the lid and the actual can itself, and I think it probably looked pretty convincing. Wouldn't you agree? That's not the color I wanted. That's the color I wanted. Okay, I'm going to have to turn off the snap to grid thing, though, because that's becoming more of an irritation than it is a help. I guess if I really want to make it convincing, you do it all the way across, right? There we go. Okay, and then we got a recycler bin thing here. We need to make that a recycling thing, so let's see. I'm just going to cheat a little. There we go. Edit, paste. It's really big, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. What the heck? Windows 10, what are you doing? Get out of here! My VM's doing things. There we go. I say that would work. What do you guys think? Layer, where is it? Ah, there we go. There we go. I'd say that works. How about you? There we go. Wind has changed directions out there. I think it's going to start getting hot in my room here soon. It is 83 degrees out there after all, so... The only reason why it's cooler today than it has been any other day of the week is that it's rained yesterday, so... Twice. Actually, I was going to make that an actor, wasn't I? Well, you could just make that an individual actor and then worry about some of this. Okay, so I need to figure this out. I need to get... Actually, maybe I could just do one text and have it appear multiple different areas. There we go. There we go. I realized I made a crucial mistake with one of my boxes, so... I set it to 40% when it should have been at 80. That was my bad. $600 by 120. Okay then. There we go. And now it should work with it right. Because I did something stupid. There we go. Added some more tracks to the playlist, so we don't get to listen to the same ones over and over again. Okay, there we go. Now the icon's working. Now the icon's in the proper spot. Now, time to figure out how to get this icon to drag across the screen. I also need to get mouse detection to work. And I also need to get I need to get mouse detection to work. I need to get menu textures to work also. And I also need to get a title on here too. Okay, so hide that because we don't need it anymore. Alright, here we go. We gotta figure this out. Now, time to... Whoop. Texture, there we go. Percent. There we go. And then of course, trash cycle. Create textured. And then of course we need to set X to be at what value again? There we go. $1960 at 120. Okay. And then, of course, I need to set the width to be 80 by 80. Before we set the center X, we're going to set the actual size of the object in, well, at least for the picture sense. And then, of course, we're going to set the center to be 40 by 40. And then, of course, we're going to locate the texture by pre-path dot texture path. Okay, then. And then, of course, we're going to go... If the monitor was 11, then this should be 12. And then we're going to go C-string, because that's how SDL works, apparently. And then renderer. There we go. Excuse me. What? Set X, set Y, set width, set height, set minimum width, set minimum height, center Y, locate text, and then the renderer. Okay, so why are you saying there is no possible thing here, huh? Despite the fact that there is a possible thing right here. Are you freaking kidding me? Wait a second. You know, I don't know why I thought I needed the C-string thing there, because I didn't. Because I forgot. The loading thing for the actor text already does it. So I am stupid. I did a stupid. I did a dumb, okay? Just so you know. It was not you guys, it was me. I should have skipped that one. I'm sorry. That was my bad. There we go. So I kind of gotta be careful. I was treading on thin ice there. There we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. And voila. And now it should work. There we go. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, I think we better get our mouse adjustment in here. Which, of course, I think I probably knew by copying it from another program, actually. Alright, I'm going to do something here. That may seem a little cheaty, but... I know I probably should be putting this underneath my timer manager, but I don't want to put TM in front of every single one of these, so... Just heard thunder. Give me a second. I'm gonna do some calculations here. Okay, I thought so. All right. I know that's a risky maneuver, but because floats usually never stay at 1, but actually, never mind. We're not gonna worry about that.
Surprised that Mom and Sarah aren't home yet. Did my yawn! I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to make a yawn.
The song is pretty relaxing, but I don't need to fall asleep on the job. Wait. Look at an error. What's going on here? What? Where? So you were erroring out for no good reason. Microsoft, you need to fix this stuff. Anyway, I just need to go... Okay, so. Actually. Yep, menu box. After playing, return coal with if hold left. It's funny how it goes from 0 to loud pretty quickly, huh? Okay, that else is kind of redundant. Okay, Jasmine's going nuts. There was a function for that. Ah, shoot, I forgot what it was. Off the top of my head. The return of the collisions of 2 boxes. Oh, hi, Mom. Oh, did you get my paycheck? Oh. All right, then. Thank you. All right, then. Fair enough. All right. Now I gotta get that into the bank account later. Might happen Monday, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I might be able to sneak down tomorrow before tomorrow's live stream, because I do want to live stream tomorrow too. This has been the most productive I've been so far during this jam. So, okay, so get ret intersection. Actually, I think I need float. Yeah, I need float. Okay. if SDO underscore get rect intersection float, which of course I need to have SDO frect A, so I'm just gonna go follow mouse. Oops, I need an ampersand, don't I? There we go. Oh, it's starting to rain out there. Again! Hey, we need the rain. That's good. Oh, wow. It's really starting to rain. I mean, we do need rain after all, but, you know. Okay, so we need menu box? No. Menu objects, and then we need monitor background, monitor bounds. There we go. Monitor bounds. There we go. And then the result. I think I need has, not get. There we go. Okay, there we go. I don't need to worry about a result. There we go. So that way, all these will work as long as the mouse is over the monitor. If it isn't over the monitor, then it ain't gonna work at all. That's the point of having the monitor bounce. Oh. Ah. Itchy back. Oh. Okay. So, I am going to test this to see if this works. Actually, I am going to do something with this, though. I'm gonna go if actually no, I probably shouldn't do that. Well, I guess it's just gonna have to be the way it is. Let's just give this a test. Yeah, I had to drag some songs from the Sonic X Shadow Generation soundtrack for Big Reflections. But, I mean, it's a good soundtrack, though. Don't get me wrong, okay? I actually do like it. Look, if it's one thing I will say about Sonic games, it's like, the music's always going to have a good, consistent quality to it. So, you know. Nope, it's not working. I'm just going to do a little bit of visual debugging here. Give me a moment here. Oh, it's a thunderstorm of all things. Well, the rain stopped. That's the saddest part about this, is watching the rain stop. No! Can it keep going? We've had a dry summer all summer. We need more rain. We need a lot more than what we've been getting. Look, it's not like I'm complaining or anything, but honestly, I kind of want to beat the heat. There we go. Now we're going to see if this actually is returning true for some of these things. What? Where's the issue here? Where's the... No. No. No, 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 no. We do not talk about how the fact that I forgot about the semicolon at the end of this. Despite the fact that, you know what, I've been doing this for a while. I should know better. I usually do know better. We're not talking about that. No, no what? Jose! We're not talking about Jose either. He's pretty awesome. Well, I mean, he is a pretty awesome guy. And yes, he should be talked about, but no! We're not talking about that here. No way! Nope, 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 not today. Nope, 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 nope. As I proceed to drink a bottle of air. No, we're still not talking about that. And just ignore the fact that I just tossed that bottle across the room for no real reason. Besides the fact that I thought it looked cool. Okay, so, is it working? No. No, it is not. What's going on here? Okay. Do I need to multiply by that? Shoot, I'm gonna have to dig back into my first game I made under SDL. Look, this is the one thing that SDL has a bit of a problem with. It's mouse detection. Just mouse detection overall. Like, I don't know why it sucks so freaking badly. It just does. Okay, there was a little bit of lag there, but... Okay, we're going into my old game projects folder, and I believe it was GMTK 2025, because that was when I first switched over to... SDL. So, Game H. I think that's where... Issues. I think that's where I found my solution. Yeah, and then you'll see how I learned STL. It's terrible. Object. Audio. Oh yeah, that's right. I was trying to figure out how to get this thing to work. I forgot what I had here for this, though. MA? What the heck was MA? Oh, heavens. I wasn't looking at that. Try said facts. We might have mini audio. Oh, that's right. I couldn't get a... I couldn't quite get that one to work either for some reason. Game limb, render, icon surface, GMTK logo. Oh, that one could have gotta relate. I mean, that could have been erased right there, because I didn't use that at all. When No, it's still divided by the scale. So no, that should work. What I have up here should still work. But then of course I do have it as integers going into floats. Maybe I should just send it back to floats again. Just pure floats. I mean, I know that shouldn't make much of a difference. It shouldn't. But I think it's making a difference here. Because technically it's supposed to be rendering at a 4K resolution, and I'm doing it at 720p. The reason why I'm doing that is because, well, actually, 2K, not 4K, not 2K. Hey, never mind. We'll talk about it later. Still not detecting a single thing. Maybe I should probably list out the output of the mouse rather than the intersections, huh? Okay, so we're just gonna go mousebox.x. Mousebox.y. And we'll go an extra mile, and we'll go follow mouse dot x. Hopefully that one error does not cause an issue. Hey, the Visual Studio debugger sometimes can be crazy. Especially after you hit a threshold of almost 1,000 lines. In one file. Nothing? Nothing? Not a zilch? Not a thing? No numbers whatsoever? I'm just gonna check the main source. For figuring this one out, okay? I'll give you guys brownies for figuring this one out. I figured out what was causing my problem. Let's go. Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! Oh, hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hey, Jasmine. Wanna look up and say hi to the audience? There's people watching. There's people watching. Come on, show the audience how cute you are. Yeah, there you go. What a... Okay, I can tell you're... Ooh, what are you getting into lately, Jasmine? You got bad blood. You need a Tic Tac. Oh, personal offense, of course. Oh, that fan probably feels really good on you, doesn't it? Oh, it probably does. Good girl. Good girl. Yes, this is our puppy Jasmine. I would love to declare her the official mascot of the channel, but I have a milkshake that I've been spending years with who would kill me. She's a good girl, though. She's a bit of a troublemaker, but she's a good girl. She's a good girl. You're a good girl. You're a good girl? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're such a good girl. You're such a good girl. You have to leave now? Okay. See you later, Jasmine. She's a... I love that dog. Anyway, so we got the wind skill added in? Okay, good. Now. Oh, and add that, and I think we're golden. Let's test this, folks! Now, I bet you this probably is what's going to fix my problems. Wait, is that -1, -40, -40? Excuse me? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's the issue here? $256 by 144. P. Okay, well, I mean, I suppose that's one issue solved. I need to run to the bathroom now real quick, so if you forgive me, I'm going to be putting you guys on some intermission here. I'm back. Alrighty then. So, where was I? Oh yeah. I was trying to figure out why on earth this wasn't working. Alright, let's see if this works. Let's get the music started back up again. Inf. Inf. What the heck? Why is it doing infinity? Okay, well, I'm gonna check this out. What am I making for GMTK? Basically a bit of a software support type of thing. where you're playing as an IT person who discovers a day zero virus, or a day zero exploit on the system, and you're trying to prevent the day zero from actually happening when it happens, you know? So basically you're working with a countdown timer with that. And you're gonna have to do a little bit of sleuthing to figure out where it is, and you gotta call the developer to patch that out, and to patch any other exploits that you can find out as well. Basically by, actually anything that, basically by the tools that are actually provided for you. However, you're also handed a limited budget, and of course, and some of these tools will cost money. Like, for example, okay, there will be a search on the internet, and if you do that, that's absolutely free. There's no cost to it. But the results will be iffy, at best. And then there's like a virus dictionary that will let you know what this virus is, what it could do, but it doesn't really necessarily tell you, it lets you know if it's a virus or not, but it doesn't really tell you what kind of virus it is and what you should do to prevent it from happening. And then, of course, there will probably be like a really good tool that will tell you everything, but it costs you the most amount of money, you know? So the idea is to try to balance out your budget. Oh yes, and then of course also you gotta pay off the developer too, so, you know, there's that as well. You know, trying to balance out a financial thing while also trying to avoid the countdown going down to zero, you know? Alright, so we are going to go. Actually, wait a second. Right now I am trying to get the mouse to work. I am just going to test this one. Sounds cool. Okay. That's good. Alright. See if this works. Oh! Itchy ear! But I am starting to get somewhere with this whole thing, so. Granted, through a little bit of time, effort, and turmoil, I'm getting somewhere, but I am. It's coming along a little bit slower than I anticipated, so. Yeah, I really do need to figure out what's causing the Weblin's logo to stay on when it should be turning off, so. Alright, so let's see, is this actually working? No. I can't believe I fell for that. I can't believe I actually fell for that, because you know what? I forgot to switch one of those X's over to Y's. Oops. I'm gonna have to get the timers thing adjusted to the little preloading logo. I'm curious. I need my calculator. We'll go 191 divided by 0.5. 382. 385 divided by 0.5. Nine divided. There's a reason why I'm doing this, okay? I'm just proving that I'm not nuts. I'm gonna check this out. Yeah, itchy ear. Ah! Why is one scale at 0? know. Why is wind scale set at 0? It shouldn't be. Wind scale is still set at 0. What the heck? It should not be set at 0. That's the issue. It should not be set at 0. Why is it at 0? Alright, I'm going to do an ampersand here, though granted, I never needed it before, so I don't know what the heck is going on here. Did I just close out a menu? Oh wait, no, never mind, I pinned it down, never mind. Hey, you get back over here. I want you over here. I don't want you over there, I want you over here. This is how I remember my tabs, this is how I'm setting them up. Let's do some math. Okay, so I am running this at 720p, right? We divide that by 1440, and we get 0.5. So tell me, why am I getting a 0? If I had configuration export the wind scale, right? Let's see. Breakpoint. There we go. That is not right. What happened there? What happened between this and this? What happened there? What caused the win scale to get back to 0, 0, and 0? When it shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be that. Shouldn't be that. We're gonna try this. It's the curse of the integers, guys. I think it seriously was the curse of the integers that's screwing me over here. So, was it really the integers that were screwing me over? The fact that they were integers? This simultaneously makes me happy and pisses me off at the same time. Why are computers so finicky? Especially when it comes down to the decimal? Just why? Just why? No, I'm not opening up my eyes. I know what you guys are going to answer, okay? What? Don't look at me like that. I know you're looking at me like that because I can see you. Well, I can't see you. Even if I open up my eyes, I can't see you. But still. Why are computers this finicky with decimal points? Just why? Whatever. You're dead. It's good. Amen. The moment is past. Let's get back to work. Okay. Okay. That'd be the clip for the century, wouldn't it? Ugh. Okay. You don't need to worry about me, Jazzy. But thank you for checking up on me anyway. Hey, thank you for checking up on me. Good girl, good girl. Yes, you are. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. You're a good girl. She's a good girl, really. She is such a good girl. Yes, she is. Look at you, you good girl. You're a beautiful girl. You're blowing hair all over my desk, but oh well, I don't care. Oh, granted, I do have to vacuum up in here. I need to vacuum up in here real badly, don't I, Jazzy? I need to get this room cleaned up the rest of the way so you can lay down and enjoy yourself. Hey, what are you sniffing? Uh-oh. Oh no. She found the empty bag of jerky. Unfortunately, it's an empty bag. She seems disappointed. Sorry, Jasmine. I wish I had some more puppy treats for you. I really do. Anyway. Back to work. Is that the sunlight hitting that right? Or do I literally have a bold spot there? Oh no, I think that's the sunlight hitting it right. Never mind. It looks like a bald spot! But there's hair there. Sorry, I would rather have my hair turn gray than me turn bald. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be working out that way for me. Yeah, I think that's just the sun hitting it. Oh well, the sun's getting low anyway. I'm gonna have to start turning on lights in here. But that's okay, I got a lighting set up that works, so... now that I guess we got this figured out, I guess I don't need the C out anymore, do I? And I could replace mouse pose with... mouse correct. Now, if this is executed properly, this all should just work. I removed that C out a little too prematurely. The sound of progress, my friend. It's detecting the collision of the objects, but it's not detecting the collision of the screen. Weird. Where did I place that? Okay, so let's see here. Monitor details, monitor opta, black box. Actually, I can get rid of black box. I don't need it. I don't need black box anymore. Or 80 by 0. Is that where I have it set here? Yeah. 1600 by 880, yeah. I know I could be using Alt Tab, but you know that also. But unfortunately, that also works in Windows too. So basically, that'll make using Alt Tab kind of null and void. So unfortunately, I gotta switch to switching around with Windows. So tell me, why does this not work? What is it not detecting? I'll switch this back over here. I'll not unless it has something to do with the follow mouse thing. That's my problem. Though I'm not quite sure how well that's going to work when it gets bigger. But I think that's where my problem's coming from. not intended. Well, shoot. I was able to get it to work on a smaller scale, but I don't think it works very well on a bigger scale. I think I may need to rethink my formula here. Maybe I should probably not say change pose and say... Actually, now that I think about it... Set goes wide. There we go. Okay. Wow, I didn't think I undid it that far. Actually, holy cow, I did undo it that far. How come I'm getting itches? I don't know why. Then again, I am a bit sweaty right now. It is kind of hot in this room right now. I don't know why. Hell, even my processor is sitting at 79 degrees, which is almost too hot. Almost critical. By the way, I'm also curious. Might as well do this while this loads up. Aha! That's the problem! That's why YouTube ain't showing up! There we go! Now everything should come through. I never bothered to do the check successfully, so. Yes! We got it to work! YouTube is back! YouTube is back! I can't believe I actually went this whole entire day without realizing that YouTube was not working properly. It's 80 degrees inside my PC. Hopefully nothing ain't cooking in there. Gonna have to pay attention to that. There we go. Give me a second. Ugh. Okay, my GPU is massively hot. Oh, I probably should, use those. Okay. I mean, it is maintaining 77, so it's not exactly burning hot, but I gotta keep an eye on it. Make sure it doesn't burn up. The only problem with the size of the case is that it's a little too small for the CPU that I got inside there. Maybe I should have used the XPS case instead and stick the XPS in here. Not that it mattered, because I had a hard time cramming the whole damn thing in here anyway. It's actually kind of impressive that it runs, to be fair. So, anyway. Alright, now that we got YouTube back up and functioning again. Trying to figure out why is this not working again. Okay, that's working. There's a trick to this. I know there is. Just gotta figure out what, though. I have an idea. I have a very, very crazy idea. Should have made that adjustment a while ago. I'm sorry about that, folks. By this point, I think I'm just ready to set this to well, I got the icons to work. Kind of. Not exactly the way I wanted him to, but... I'm going to see what happens if I change these over to integers. Here we go. Sorry if I'm messing around with the fidget toy. I mean, it's kind of helping me focus just a little bit, though, so... So, granted, I probably might want to quit and get dinner here soon, so... Or at least stop and get dinner, anyway. I'm not going to quit. Now the box has consumed the trash bin. The box has consumed the trash. I repeat, the box has consumed the trash bin. Unfortunately, though, they're not moving as fast as I would like, because for some reason there seems to be a bit of lag. Yeah, like it's supposed to be over here, not over here. Yeah, like I can't just get it to zip across the screen like that. So there must be something else going on here. We are going to have to see out the mouse pose here. Mousebox.y, there we go. Alright, now. Technically, you're supposed to delete the box icon in order to start. There we go. Let's see if that works. the PC itself.
I wonder if it's just the virtual machine itself. What if I tried to run it outside the virtual machine? Let's see. First I'm gonna have to do something else, because I know I made some serious changes to the data folder since I last messed around with the release, so we're going to try all this, merge, try all action.
I may do a soft beta release tonight where you can mess around with the icons and such, but I don't think I'm going to get any further than that when it comes down to releasing it. See, there we go! The frame rate is so much better! Wouldn't you agree? Like, holy cow! That's just like night and day compared to what the virtual machine was giving me! Jeez! We don't have to wait nearly as long either. Ugh, maybe I should just run it off the physical machine. Holy cow, it's not even consuming as much CPU as it does through the virtual machine. What the heck? It's upsetting too, because through the virtual machine I get breakpoints. Ah! What am I doing wrong here? Okay, but it still gets stuck when the mouse goes too fast, so... The box has consumed the trash can! Again! But why is it only running at 40 frames a second, though? I mean, it's not blocking out the CPU. Maybe it's just because of the C out stuff. Because I know that can drag some the frame times down just a bit too. Though I do need to make it so that that trash bin eats up the. Did I just accidentally fire up the one in Windows? Oops. Well, at least I got this working, so... Kind of. It does not react well when you move your mouse too fast. It prefers your mouse going slow. But I suppose this is a win. Kind of. Ladies and gentlemen, the box has consumed the trash can again. I think I might mess around with it just a little bit and try to get it so that the trash can gets the box and deletes it. and then I'll release it as a bit of an early demo and go like, hey, play test this, try to figure this out, and see if I can be able to see. Well, of course, I know it's still an early demo, but you know. I bet you some people are probably going to realize, hey, that's clipping it outside the monitor. I think I may just need to adjust my monitor bounds just a little bit down too, so I think I'll probably try doing that, get a build up on itch, and then I'll call it a day, okay? Well, okay, I'm going to call it a day for streaming, but I won't call it a day for developing. I will still continue to do that onward into the night until I fall asleep, so. And then when I wake up tomorrow morning, I'm going to get right back to work on this. So. Okay, we don't need any of this. This load can go away. We need... Don't need check mouse. That seems to be working fine. We do need this. We need... Monitor bounds. There we go. We're going to reduce this down by 20 pixels. So what's 16 take away 20? Well, what's 160 take away 20? Actually, what's 160 take away 2? $158. And then 880, that'll be 60. 860. But I'll pop open the calculator just to check my math. Yeah, I think the computer's almost had enough of this. I can tell, it's lagging real bad. Alright, so... $160, take away. Actually... Yep, and then... Yep. Actually, it's supposed to be 40, wasn't it? Shoot. Oh, that's okay. That would be 840. And then you take away 2 from 8, which would be 860. 560. So, there we go. Okay, now they got that. And now it's time to make it so that the... Trash cycle. Trash cycle. Trash cycle. Good grief. Me and my funny programming names, huh? Okay. Turn collision with... Now this should probably get rid of the whole issue with the trash cycle and the menu box colliding with each other, I think. And now they don't interfere with each other. I think I have a bit of a ditch here. Let me grab one of I wonder if I could do this. Yo, what's up? Hey, Mango Works, good to see ya. Not much, just trying to get something to work here. Something I did not think of. Okay, so now that we made it across, we're just gonna go. That's right. You're doing the jam too? Hey, cool. Can't wait to see what you make. Alright, I hope this works. Menu box. Return box. Okay, here we go. We can need to mess around with the menu timers again. Yippee! $64. Here we go. Unit 64, and then box. I know, I've actually been kind of working on a bit of a timer-based system for the animations now. I mean, yes, unfortunately, it requires a lot of timers. So I have to... It requires a lot of ends, unfortunately. But, you know what? It seems to work a lot better than just using a frame-based system, so... Thankfully. Box. Fade. Time. Count equals 0. And then, of course, if I yeah, our game is a rhythm game where you fight Count Dracula and each beat counts down until you need to press it. Interesting. Mine's basically based off of a exploit called the 0 Day. And basically, you're a tech administrator trying to stop this 0 Day from happening, essentially. And you're also trying to prevent other viruses from getting into the system because there's a hacker who's exploiting it. And, well, of course, you gotta stop him before he makes the major payload on the lab. But, of course, basically you gotta investigate figuring out which one's the viruses and then finding out where the big exploit is before he exploits it, contacting the programmer and such. There's also another counter that counts down too, and that is how much funds you have. Actually, like, there are 3 different methods of figuring out there's a virus. One of them is going to be mostly inaccurate, because it'll be just a web search. The second one is going to be a bit of a virus scan, and it will tell you, hey, it is a virus. It won't tell you what virus it is, but it will let you know. And then the last one does thorough. Like, it tells you what virus it is, how to fix it, what to do, and that one will probably take the most amount of money. And then, of course, there's also paying the dev, which will also take quite a bit of money. But that's neither here nor there. There will be a bit of a micromanaging, but it will be kind of like a bit of a detection game, too, where basically you got to play a little bit of detective to figure out, okay, is this what's causing the problem? This what's causing the problem? This what's causing the problem, you know? All while a timer is ticking down. If you see the text 0 Day flash up on the screen, then it's over. Actually, that might... yeah, I think I might add that. I might add that. Okay, so box. Fade time. Stay. How long do I want this box to stay? Not for very long, of course. We'll just go for a quarter of a second. I mean, I think that's noticeable enough, but at the same time... well, actually, no. Let's go half. Let's go half. Let's go half a second, and I think that'll be perfect. So now we're going to go over to... we're going to go into public opinion, and we're going to make a float... box fade and equals, we'll just stick with 1 for now because we're counting down. And then of course we're going to create a void called fade box. And then we're going to put our function inside the void. Okay, yeah, no, forget what I said. Well, okay, we are putting our function inside the void, but not that kind of void, okay? We're talking about something that doesn't return anything. We're not tossing the whole thing into a void. Yeesh. Like, I'm gonna go out into the universe and then toss my PC into a black hole. I mean, come on. What kind of person do you think I am? I mean, you think I can afford interdimensional travel like that? I mean, heck, we haven't even cracked the speed of light yet. And you know what? Even quantum mechanics is kind of hard to wrap your head around. It's like sending yourself a letter from the future to tell yourself not to send that very particular letter that you just sent. Did people's minds blow up with that statement? I'm just wondering. And no, my brain isn't fried by it, okay? I do get the concept, because you know what? Time travel is a very finicky thing, you know? It's very hard to write for the concept of time travel, in fact. Even I have to abide by some rules when it comes down to writing time travel, because you know what? Actually, my main comic series that I'm working on has a time traveler in it, and essentially, the way I view it is he's a slave to time now. No matter what he does, he cannot escape it. He has to abide by all the rules that time travel enforces, and this even includes having no friends in any timeline whatsoever. Yeah, he is not allowed to do anything in any other timeline that could end up breaking continuity whatsoever. So, you know, if he witnesses a really cool event in the past, he can't tell anybody in the future that same timeline, you know? Because you know what? It deviates all over the place. There's nothing that's really consistent. I mean, like I said, time is really hard to describe. I mean, honestly, this is probably the best description I've ever heard. It's a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. I mean, it kind of hits the nail on the head right there, you know? Like, it's confusing, but it has logic to it too, you know? It's a mystery that it's just hard to solve. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So anyway, speaking of time, let's get back to work on this. So I'm going to go with if box fade start equals 0. So if box fade start is 0, then we need to set box fade start to the current SDL tick time. Time start equals SDL underscore get ticks. But not real ticks, okay? I mean ticks as in ticks of a clock. You know what I'm saying, right? Anyway, so box fade time count equals SDL underscore get ticks, and I'm going to have to do this in order to get this to work because otherwise it wouldn't. So we're going to minus that from box fade time start, and therefore the animation shall play out like it should. And then we're going to go box fade equals 1 minus %, and we're going to go box fade time count box fade time stay, and then 1 because we want it to be normal. And then of course we're going to go if box fade time count is greater than or equal to, so that way no matter what it'll always end right there. Box fade stay time stay, there we go. I'm trying to make this entertaining. I mean, I don't know if I'm necessarily doing it well, but, you know. I mean, at least I could explain my logic here, because, I mean, you know, basically when it comes down to it, it's like, this is 1, take away the % of this and this. The further apart they are, the less they have in common with each other. So, meaning that, basically, if they're like 1, 0, and the other one's 1, well, of course, you know that's always going to be 0 when you divide those two. Like, 0 divided by 1 is 0. Everybody knows that. Well, you can't really necessarily divide by 0, but you can divide anything by 0. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those paradoxical things. I can't explain it. But anyway, like, the truth is, okay, box fade time count and box fade time stay. Okay, so we're going to go box fade equals 0. There we go. Might as well just do that. Instead of having like a Boolean operator there. Not that it should matter, because, I mean, though I do have a Boolean operator attached to it, so. Alright, so. Set fade actor. There we go. Sorry, I forgot what I called it again. And then tm.fade box fade. There we go. I had to make some new functions for some of this, but that's okay. Sometimes I need some of those functions, you know? And they're useful. Okay, so I need to also copy this over and set it up over there too. So hold left and trash cycle return collision. So if it's colliding with trash cycle, then it will be eating up the box. So, of course, I'm also going to make it so that the box goes right on top of Trash Cycle when it's also on top of each other, too, and the hold left is not in apply. Or not in effect, anyway. So we're going to paste this here. Okay. And of course, we're going to go if Trash Cycle has eaten the box. Well, if Trash Cycle has not eaten the box, let's be honest. And of course, tm dot fade box. If tm dot box fade equals 0, then trash cycle has eaten box to true. Okay, and then we're going to go box, menu box, set pose X to trash cycle dot return X. Actually, I think return X is what I need, right? Is it return X or return center? Return center! Return center! Loop! Return center X. And then we're also going to do the same thing with set pose Y to trash cycle return center Y. There we go. And voila! Alrighty then. I think I got this done. I hope this works. We're just going to be running with the really slow one because apparently this seems to eat up a lot of processing power. I don't know why it does, but it does. Though, granted, I should have it running on at least a quarter of it. Like, just the first 4 cores, and that's it. I don't know why it's taking so much processing power, but oh well. I mean, part of it might be just because I'm dual streaming to 2 different platforms right now. Right now, I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, so... one of the very first dual streams I've actually ever done. Well, actually, the second. The third, actually. But anyway. Where did the box go? Trash Cycle has eaten the box full. I very much doubt it. Trash Cycle has eaten the box. I repeat, Trash Cycle has eaten the box. Okay, so what are we doing here, huh? Box fade. Well, box fade should be at 1 already, shouldn't it? Okay, we can hide the logo manager because we don't need that open right now. Box fade equals 0. Box fade equals 1. Okay, okay. No. Should be correct. So it should still display the box. Okay, that was where my problem was. There we go. Now I'm gonna see if this runs better on Linux. Before I go, of course. It probably might, because Linux runs at a much better frame rate, so it wouldn't just look like it deleted it just out of nowhere. It would fade out. Yeah, see, there's a night and day difference with this. And that's even with this program capping out the CPU, kind of. Not exactly capping it out, because it does have quite a bit of processing power left, but, you know, still. Yeah, see, that's running way better. That is way smoother. Though, again, I still don't know what causes the glitch with the Webloms logo. And there we go. The trash cycle is eating the box. Though, granted, it just disappeared. It didn't fade away like it should have. Why did it not fade away? Oh. You know what I think it's because? I think it's because of the same reason that because of that damn and hold left, so it's just checking first to see if you're holding left first or not. So now it should check to see if there's a collision first, and then checking to see if you have a hold left. Though granted, this 2 if thing may be a little bit inefficient I'd still say it's far better than anything else that I got. So, you know, like I said. But the return collision boxes do seem to work. So, it should work both ways, too. So you can drag the trash can over to the box, or you could drag the box over to the trash can. I kind of wanted to have it snap to a grid to make it feel a little more neat and snappy, but that didn't work. I bet you it probably would follow the mouse a lot better, too, if it, you know, was snapping to a grid, but I don't think it worked that way, so, you know. But I think that's part of the reason why the fade isn't necessarily working like it should, only because of the fact that it's already been set because it's checking for hold left instead of checking to see if the thing has a collision with the box too, which, you know, it should be checking for both. You're kidding, right? Oh wait, that's right. That's because I didn't adjust it down here. Okay, well, we're gonna cut this out, and we're gonna get rid of that. What the hell? Okay, cut that out, and then we're gonna... There we go. Actually, maybe I should check. Give me a second. Give me a second. There we go. Now. I could always swap it if I need to. Like I said, I'll get this up for my final act, and then I'll call it quits for the night, okay? Well, okay, I'm not calling it quits on developing, but I will call it quits for the night on, this, though, on this live stream. I sure hope to do a little bit more tomorrow, okay, guys? I really do. Why? Just why? Just why? Just why? Can it not work the way I want it to work? Just why? I gotta check the trash cycle to see if it's colliding with the box first. Then I gotta check to see if the player's holding left. I mean, gosh dang it. Why? Just why? Why must you do this to me? Why? Just why? Oh, just why, oh why, oh why? Basically, it's essentially eating the box before the game even begins. I mean, before the menu even opens up, actually, tell you the truth, because that is the menu, by the way.
I am going to really... Why is this? Why? Just why? Oh, just why? Why? What's going on here? What am I doing wrong here? Huh? What's going on? Why is the box disappearing? It should be checking to see if it hasn't eaten the box, and then checking to see if it has returned collision. If it has a collision, then you know what? Then that. Okay, well, no, it shouldn't have a collision because it's not spawning on top of each other. So why? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna trigger a breakpoint and see if this breakpoint triggers. Because if this breakpoint triggers, then clearly I know exactly what's going wrong, and that is, it is jumping the frickin' gun and eating the damn box before the box even gets dragged over to the damn trash can. So basically, it's like it's psychic eating, you know? It's like, ooh, see that person over there? I'm going to eat it with my mind. You know? Look, computers drive me insane sometimes, okay?
This pillow with a big fluffy marshmallow! Then I eat it out of stress! For sure! For sure!
Whew. Now that I got that out of the way... So why is it triggering? They're not even close together. It says the trash cycle is not eating the box. It's asking if it returned collision, and the boxes aren't even on top of each other. So why is it? Why? Why? Oh why? Oh why? Or is it really returning the box properly at all? I know it's going to seem crazy, but I might do something that might change things up. Wait a second. What am I doing? Ah, shoot. There was something else I had in mind, and then I immediately forgot it after I got rid of that stupid exclamation point. What was it? What was it? Oh, yes! That's right! I'm going to debug visually. I forgot about that. See out. Menu box dot return box dot. Oh, wait. We're going to check to see if this is actually making a viable, readable box, or if it's just pulling my leg. We're getting somewhere, folks. Hold on. There's a madness to my methods. Why was it eating the box when I just did this? Watch! It's gonna eat the box again, despite the fact that the box return is going to say they're nowhere near close to each other. They're nowhere close to each other. Nowhere close. None whatsoever. They have no relationship. None whatsoever. None. None. No way, Jose. They do not have any collision whatsoever. So why are they colliding when they have no collision? Riddle me that. If the box gets eaten, then they have no collision whatsoever. What the fudge? What is your major malfunction? Excuse me. I'm sorry, but you know why? Not my best fix, but if it works, it works. I will have this development build up as soon as I possibly can, as soon as the stream is over, okay? But in the meantime, I think I've had enough. I think I might need a little bit of a break. I'll take a little bit of a break from this, and then I'll get back to work on the grind. But in the meantime, I think I'll have to end the stream here, because I can't really necessarily keep going it on, because I want YouTube to produce a VOD of this. So, with that being said, if you like this video, please be sure to hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and comment down below. And I'll see you all in the next video. I'll see you all tomorrow for the next live stream. Well, at least for YouTube, anyway. For Twitch, do whatever you guys do. I don't know what the heck you guys do on Twitch, so, yeah. I mean, you can always follow me if you want. Go right ahead. I mean, I'll try to stream to it as often as I can. I don't stream to it very often, and I'm very sorry about that. I really do need to pick up the pace with that. I don't know if I can make a consistent schedule with it, but, you know, I'll see what I can do. So anyway, with that being said, yeah, this is Super Chocolate Milkshake, signing off.